The Central Ontario Standardbred Association is working with you to ensure a vibrant horse racing community. Shared stories call for a united voice. That's COSA, representing the interests of horse people racing at Ontario racetracks. So whether you're first, last, or somewhere in between, we've got your back. With insurance, benefits, free lifetime memberships, and more. COSA. Follow our stories on social and check out the process at cosaonline.com.
Hey, good evening, everyone. Welcome back to the Raceway at Western Fair District, London, Ontario's half-mile harness racing action. I'm your track announcer, Shannon Sugardoe, with you setting up the action for this evening. Staying cool here in the Forest City of Ontario, though the wind is not so strong. The wind that we seen last night that seemed to favor the front end speed so much. More than half of the card, I think, went to gate to wire winners last night. So we'll hope to see things turn around, maybe win from anywhere tonight again in London. We've got 11 races featured, all 11, of course, on HBIBet.com. Watch and wager through. First three featured on the TVG network south of the border, so we'll be off to a great start as far as pools go in the early going. And guest handicappers tonight, we've got Lou Sorella, the regular, Robert Reed Jr. joining us for commentary, ticket ideas, his race selections as well. He's a guest capper tonight, and Melissa Keith does the picks tonight for Ontario Racing. So here we go. My ticket idea for an early pick 5 play, sponsored by HBI Bet. Let's bring it up. The opening leg, we're going to go to a newcomer in One More and I Gotta Go. This one going out for Tyler Nostat. First time Tyler, Mark St. Louis Jr. on board. Also going to include number 6, Twin B Fabulous. Love that filly's chances as she comes in off of 2 second-best finishes in a row. Morning line favorite here. I've left off the opening leg of the pick 5, that being number 8, Remedy. Remedy off the win, though has to overcome a trailing spot now tonight. So 4-6 to start things up. We're 4 deep in race number 2. The third leg of the pick 5, number 1, Say It All Sport, or the 8, Payson and Racing. Payson and Racing, that big win last time out at over 20-1, triggering a huge pick 5 carryover. I know our friend of the show who will be joining us tonight, Robert Reed Jr., will remember that victory for a while. Over into race number 4, the 4, Good and Sweet. 7, Mercenary finds an easier spot in the 8, Global Crush. Expecting more from that one tonight. The 8, Global Crush, had missed about a month of racing action prior to his latest. Finished up well, paced a third quarter, charted a third quarter anyway, 27-4. So put a circle around number 8, Global Crush, in race number 4. 5th race to complete. We're looking at 2, Captain Ray, who's been right there each and every start here in London. The 8, River Dally, just has to mind his manners to factor with those. If you want to play along with that ticket, about $19 on a 20-cent wager. We do have that early pick 4, another go-to here in London. Go-to wager in the 3rd, and the $7,500 guaranteed pool pick 4. And again, we're going to stay on the same horses that we've included in the early pick 5 play. Gone deepest of all in race number 6. In fact, we're going to go about 5 deep in there. There are many early speed threats in there. You got Bet on Brett. He's an early speedster for years throughout his whole career. Midway Island appears to be finding an easier spot than the 2, Farmer's Tan, parked forever last time out. Still finished close there to be 4th for Carol Voyer. Cranky's Boy, Rail Advantage. He'll be in play, and then following out from the back tier spot, I Love What I Do. Another one to consider there in race number 6. I think there's the race you want to go deepest of all in this early pick 4. In to go for about $12 on a 20-cent wager. Late pick 5 will begin in race 7. As mentioned, 11 races tonight. Late pick 5 covers our final 5. Late pick 4 covers our final 4. So in race number 7, Starting up late pick 5 here, we're going to try to find a value player to show up. We've gone 5 deep, 1, 3, 4, 7, and 8. Then we're 3 by 3, races 8 and 9. This whole pick 5 ticket idea, it's all going to hinge on my best bet selection tonight, and that is the 6 Ideal Perception in race number 10. I've got a big circle, I've got a huge star next to his name because he is always in the hunt and has been that way since mid-October over Flamborough. He's a half-mile specialist. Lots of 52 and 53 kind of speed for Ideal Perception. Of course, Flamborough way quicker than London this time of year. You're not going to see a mile like that in this race, but Ideal Perception for me looks the best on paper in there. My key to this late pick 5. And then we went to the 5, Hello You, the 7, Shadow Warrior, and 9, Pretty Boy Duke to end things on the late pick 5. And a little more money spent on this ticket than I normally would throw at a late pick 5. $27 even on a 20-cent wager. Late pick 4 begins in race number 8. This one gets a little cheaper to play along with, should you care to play the ticket on your screen. We've gone 3 deep. Races 8 and 9. Staying with that key. Ideal Perception in race number 10. In that 10th race, number 5, Icy Blue Scooter had missed, about a month of action prior to his latest. He came in from out west, Icy Blue Scooter, and a bang-up second. Paul Davies listed as a trainer and driver again tonight. Nathan Sobey on the ownership line. He tells me he's going to be on his way very soon to the Raceway or hereabouts in Ontario. He's going to give it a go for a few months anyway, I believe. Nathan Sobey on the ownership line. You will likely see Nathan driving Icy Blue Scooter here in Ontario in the weeks ahead. We'll wish Nathan all the best and good luck. Alrighty, we've got the best bets boards now to come up at you, and leading off our best bets, our friend of the show, our Tuesday night special, Mr. Robert Reed Jr. is going to give it a go for the 4-horse, the newcomer. One More and I Gotta Go in the opener from post 4. It's going to be first time for Neustadt off a pair of solid qualifiers, notes Robert Reed Jr. on the 4. One More and I Gotta Go. He's at 5-2 in the morning line, expected to be in play in the early going and is sticking around late in there for Lou Sorella. Hashtag Lou knows. Race number 5. He's going to chase after the 2, Captain Ray. Lou noting this one's been knocking on the door and he's ready to pop today. So says the hashtag Lou knows for Captain Ray in the 5th. More best bet ideas later on in the program. In race number 7, Melissa Keith for Ontario Racing gives it up for the 4, UF Betters Hanover in race number 7. Just missed and his latest, and happens to do well for driver Scott Coulter, who's back on board there today. For myself, mentioned it already, I'll touch on it again. Race 10, the 6, Ideal Perception, always in the hunt, and a possible key for those multis late. The late pick 5, late pick 4, and there is a pick 3 that will begin in race number 9. That's how things look from here in the early going. I believe it's fast and dry conditions. Again, cooler, though not as windy as it was last night. We'll hope to see horses win from anywhere. The front end speed was just gold last night for much of the card. It's another edition of Survivor Tuesday, always free to play online. You can visit our website, westernfairdistrict.com/raceway for more details. You always get the free programs there as well. Best of luck playing along tonight on our 11 races in London. So, good evening once again, everyone. Now from up top, your announcer Shannon Sugardoe with you. -6 Celsius, 21 Fahrenheit. Looking out at the flags, there is a bit of wind this evening. Not as strong and gusty as last night, but the wind has changed direction. They'll be facing it as they race down the stretch tonight. Wind on their backs. As they race through the backstretch, they'll face the wind as they race towards the wire. Fast and dry conditions this evening. Alrighty, program changes on this evening's race card. Let's get started with program changes. First changes will be in race number 1. In the first race, number 3, Click Clack Down the Track, now being trained by Jason Libby. It's listed in the program. And switching to blinkers, put the blinkers on 3, Click Clack Down the Track there in the opener. And there is a scratch of number 7, Dad's Princess, coming out. Races 2 and 3 are clear. Skip on over to race number 4. In the fourth race, number 2, George's Credit, aluminum to steel up front, and switching to an open bridle. And then the 3, Upgrade Valley, is scratched from the fourth race, scratching number 3 in the fourth. The 9 will not be moving in. Race number 5 is clear. There are no changes in the fifth. Race number 6. Race number 6, the 4, Midway Island, open bridle. Open bridle, trying to reverse the form. Midway Island. Race 7. Race 7 is a scratch of number 6, Colorado Buck. The 9 will not be starting, removing 6 and 9 from the 7th. 8th race, it's a scratch of 7, Dalliator, with the 9 not moving in, removing 7 and 9 from race 8. 9th race, in the 9th, number 7, Modern Rider, put the blinkers on, and a shoeing change, steel to aluminum up front. Race 10, featuring our preferred 2 handicap, purse of $13,000. Field of 6 on the pace. There are no changes. And in race number 11, 11th race, a scratch of number 6, Tough Son of a Beach. Now a reduced field of 8 for the added distance high 5 finale. Again, remove the 6 from race 11. We've got you up to speed thus far on changes for tonight's program. Post time for race 1, 11 minutes, leaving you about 11 minutes to enter for this week's edition of Survivor Tuesday. Always free to play online. Visit our website, westernfairdistrict.com/raceway. You'll find a free program, selections, live video feed, and more. And the Survivor Tuesday link is there as well. 11 minutes away from the opener. We'll get a look at some early pick 5 ticket ideas. We'll touch base with Tuesday night special friend of the show, Robert Reed Jr. will be joining us for commentary, ticket ideas, and race selections as well. So stick around for that. There's a whole lot more to come on this Tuesday evening in London. Alrighty, we are back. We're about 7 minutes away from a Tuesday evening opener in London, and I've referred to him before as the Tuesday night special. Friend of the show, Robert Reed Jr. He's ready to come on in for a Tuesday evening here in the Forest City of Ontario, and you know what, Robert? Much nicer evening this evening versus last night. We had winter conditions for sure. We had snow blowing. We had gusting winds. The wind has changed a bit tonight. It's not as strong, but winter conditions down your way too. Hey, Mohawk's been faced with some pretty serious conditions over the last week or so.
Yeah, it certainly, adds to the handicapping element, doesn't it? Because, some horses, can't handle it. You also have to wonder, if horses are corked up or not. Some horses might be better equipped to handle the snowy conditions. So it's one of those things that really can wreak havoc with your handicapping, but it also might create some value too, right? So
we seen that last night. Rankin showing up with an 18-1 shot late in the card. See the delight. She went first up forever, and she was a surprising winner late on the card and from off the pace, because last night we saw many winners go downtown. There were gate to wire, and it was noticeable early on that the front end speed was going to hold. I put it up on Twitter a few times. Front end speed is gold. It's just any angle you can pass along to your horse players. I'm sure they appreciate it, but I'm looking for things to turn around tonight. I'm looking for horses to win from anywhere. It's the wind change. It's directly the opposite as it was last night. The wind is going to be on their backs, racing through the backstretch. They'll face it coming for home. So maybe that front end speed could collapse, turning for home tonight.
Yeah, it could. I mean, to be honest, usually like at the big track, at Mohawk Park or Woodbine in the old days, I'd always think that a headwind in the stretch favors the horses on the top, because when horses are trying to make a move into it, it knocks them over. So it's many people feel different things about it, though, about how wind plays a part of it. But typically, I lean early speed when there's wind in their faces in the stretch.
Okay, two things I noticed last night. It seemed to that headwind down the back. It seemed to bother the fillies, the girls, a little more than the boys. One other one that I really picked up on, and so did a few horse players that messaged me. Lyman the Coconut well. Very nice closer. He tips 3 wide at the 3/4 like he was going to go by them like they're standing still. He got about 4 or 5 strides into his big late closing kick, and he said, ain't happening tonight. He was into the stiff breeze at 3/4, and that to me was the telling tale early on the card that horses just weren't going to close.
Yeah, horses are like people in that sense, right? Some just don't like those elements,
right.
And some horses don't like the wind, especially if they're on the smaller side, right? Like I've seen, and fillies, can be temperamental, at the best of times, right? So it throws some added elements at them, and that might really, throw a wrench into the plans. But hey, quick shout out to you, Sugar. Last week, you brought up 2 horses that raced at Mohawk Park, Woodmere Steel Deal and Mystifying. Guess what they both did last week?
Oh, I follow them closely, man.
Both down the winner's circle. Both paid handsomely, too.
Very nice. Woodmere Steel Deal, I did catch his replay. Oh, he looks so... That's probably the best I've seen him look since he's been here. And Mystifying, you know what? I thought she was a winner to start before her latest. I don't know what happened, if she stepped on a wheel. But, she was for sure sitting on a win.
Yeah, she definitely. And we mentioned that kind of last week. I put her on top in the horse purse. I did put Steel Deal on top. Wish I did.
Okay.
But she paid incredible, 5-1.
That's awesome. That's awesome. I love finding nice value when we can. And I've been a fan of those, Steel Deal and Mystifying for a long time now. So it's great to see them showing up for Carmen. A wonderful job, Carmen, with the young horses coming in from the Maritimes. You know what? Always a pleasure, Rob, and we're going to keep things going strong here. We got TVG Network on board for the first 3, and of course HBIBet.com for all 11. I'm going to leave it to you to talk up these early pick 5 ticket ideas. Anything really strong on the card, like who's your key play on tonight's card, just quickly.
Right in the opener.
Okay.
My key, one more, and I gotta go. I mean, right now, favorite on the board, but I just love the looks of this one. I know it's first start back in a long time, but 2 solid qualifiers. First start, Tyler Nussat, Mark St. Louis in the bike. How do I not love that one? I'm going to start off with a single and spread out after that.
Okay, tickets are up to you, pal. Good luck tonight, Robert. Great to have you back with us.
My pleasure as always, Sugar. Thank you, sir. All right, let's get to Sugar's ticket to start off, folks. It's the early pick 5, a wager you do not want to miss out on. Guaranteed pool, $10,000, low takeout 15%, and Sugar electing to not take a single in this sequence here, but he is playing it, kind of thin throughout with pairing up in 3 of the legs. Opening leg 4 and 6. That's one more, and I gotta go. And number 6, Twin Bee Fabulous, 2 horses I'm very fond of actually. If you do watch the show, I've been on Twin Bee Fabulous so many times, but my single is actually going to be number 4, one more, and I gotta go. The horse I was just speaking about in race 2, the 1, 2, 3, and 6. Has the horses I like as my top 4. I'm really leaning towards 2 of them in there. Skip Across, the 2, and Let's Roar. Sugar using all 4 of them. I think they do all have a chance, though. Race 3, the 1, Say It All Sport, and the 8, Pacin' and Racin'. Me and Sugar are on the same page in that one. Race 4, the 4, 7, and 8, Good and Sweet, Mercenary, and Global Crush. And then race 5, the money leg, Too Deep, a race that I think might be wide open. Number 2, Captain Ray, and number 8, River Dally. I'm actually really fond of number 8, River Dally tonight. That ticket will cost you $19.20 for 20 cents. My ticket, look at that, it kind of just builds out, just kind of grows as you go through each of the legs. Opening leg, number 4, one more and I gotta go. I'm going to single this one. I know the horse has been off since May of last year, but 2 solid qualifiers. Tyler Notstadt for the first time. Mark St. Louis in the bike for the first time. Gate speed, I think if she just behaves herself behind the gate, she'll go around and find the winner's circle. Right now, 3-2 on the board. Singling there. Second race, the 2 and 3, Skip Across and Let's Roar. I think they stand out. I really believe they're the 2 best horses in the race. At race 3, the 1 and 8, Say It All Sport, Pacin' and Racin'. Pacin' and Racin' was absolutely fantastic first start for Josh McKibben, but I did add in the 1. If I like the 8, I gotta like the 1, so I'm using both of them. In race 4, the 4, 6, and 7, Good and Sweet is my top selection. The 4, also using number 6, Jack of Clubs, another one coming back off a layoff, and number 7, Mercenary, who is likely the class of the field, but post 7 to work from. Money leg, race 5, I'm going 6 deep. The 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 8. I only left out 2 of them. It's probably a mistake on my part, but hey, I wanted to really trim it down a little bit there to improve our equity. But 6 deep in the money leg. That ticket will cost you $14.40 for a 20-cent wager. Again, we're now at 0 minutes to post source. We're moving out onto the track shortly. 10,000 guarantee in this pick 5 with a low takeout of 15%. Get your winning wagers in now. We'll come back and take a closer look at the opener after the post break.
Here we go. Starters on parade for the first of 11 in London, being led by the 1, Tiger Shark. Lauren House driving for Richard Griffiths and John Dixon. Richard trains. Number 2, it'll be In a Hurry. Garrett Rooney Poddets for the owner, trainer, breeder, Greg Merlot. Click Clack down the track, 3. Blinkers on tonight for Doug and Brad Dunbar, along with Laurie Keeling. Now trained by Jason Libby with Scott Coulter in the sulky. Mark St. Louis Jr. on board the newcomer, number 4, One More and I Gotta Go. It's owned and trained by Tyler Notstadt. Stylish and Sporty 5, Johnny Hahn on board for Doug Walters. Number 6, Twin Bee Fabulous, could be sitting on a win. Second best in her latest 2 for Francis Dumichel, Travis Henry. Own a Standardbred 2021 group. Francis training, Travis Henry on board. The 7 was scratched. And then number 8, we've got Remedy off of Victory. Tottermore driving for the owner, trainer, breeder, William Ham. There's your reduced field of 7. Then for first of 11 on a Tuesday evening in London, as mentioned, TVG on board for our first 3 races tonight. Watch and wager. You'll be playing into some very nice pools throughout the evening. And going to leave it with Robert to set up race number 1 with his top selection, his key play, this newcomer to London. One more, and I got to go. Take it away, Rob.
Right, thank you, Sugar. Yeah, the opener just minutes away, folks, and we've got Filly and Mares. Numbers of 5,000 lifetime, and this is my single to start off the card. Right now, she's throwing her head a little bit. Number 4, One More, and I gotta go. One that if you're gonna bet off the gate, this is one you do want to bet off the call, because her issues in the past when she's made breaks have all happened well before the start. But when she stays flat and stays on her game, she turns in big efforts. That win at the Meadows, granted it was back in May, was an impressive one. The easiest kind of winner, and one that I think is going to really suit the barn of Tyler Nostat and the hands of Mark St. Louis Jr. Again, a little bit worked up on the track right now, but it will hopefully she'll be all business at the word go. 3 to 5 right now on the board. Hey, not much value there, but one that I think has a big time chance to start off with a big win on the card here. And again, going back to that effort at the Meadows, anything close to that would put her in the winner's circle here. 2 solid qualifiers. I mean, you look at that last one, she got beat 6.5 lengths. It was a 2-second variant in the snow. She won her own mile in 2:03.1. Tuka Rasp would be, 1 to 9 on here, and Sports Icon would probably be something similar. So I just think she is the one that kind of stands out in here and lays over this group, and hopefully she'll be going to the winner's circle after the race. 1 to 5 right now on the board. Now, number 6, Twin Be Fabulous. If you want to go with a Robert Off angle, well, here's your horse, because I have loved her in many of her starts. Last time I actually picked her for second. She finished in that spot behind Aspire Sealster, who was fantastic on debut and then came right back to win again in her second start. But Twin Be Fabulous is one that's been racing well in all of her starts so far, except that one where she made a break where I thought she kind of got crowded in the first turn at 35 cents to the dollar. Each of her other starts, third, second, and all have been really good efforts. So she's one that's probably warming up to a victory, just not sure if it's going to be tonight against one like number 4, One More, and I gotta go. So I do think Twin Be Fabulous, though, is one you have to give big-time respect to at 7 to 2. Right now, 45 seconds on the clock. Sugar, what are you thinking about the odds board right now?
You know what? They're heavy on your top selection, but you know what? This filly, Twin Be Fabulous, who I know you've been a fan of since she began her racing action, you know what? When a filly is knocking on the door like she has been in her last 2, finishing second best, the form is there. She's ready to pop, and if the 4, One More, and I gotta go, happens to be a little short in the late going, which you will see this time of year when a horse is making the first start back in a long time. So, if she's close turning for home, I'm loving the price on her. 3 to 1. I can get behind her all day long.
Yeah, it is a big price right now at 3 to 1. And again, One More, I got to go, taking all that support. I mean, you've got rock solid connections, right? And also you see that speed. I mean, Meadows is much quicker than here at the Raceway. So we can't get too excited about that. Again, she's one you want to watch behind the gate, though, folks, because she does act up behind the gate, or other starts she's raced really well when she hasn't. But In a Hurry is an interesting one in here as well. Another one that's had to deal with a trailing post in 5 of her last 6. Right. Now she gets post 2. 2 back with the pole position. She ended up finishing 3rd. So, kind of similar to tonight's scenario. I think she's probably up against the 2 top fillies in the race, but can definitely get a piece of it.
I'm going to offer up this right now. It's likely going to be favorites here, 4, 6, 6, 4. Number 3, 25 to 1 on Click Clack Down the Track. Blinkers tonight, missed some time, but now in the hand of trainer Jason Libby. So if there's a long shot to put behind the 4 and 6, maybe 3. You still have time. You'd have to hurry, though. Here we go with the first of 11 in London. We'll welcome TVG Network, south of the border, who's picking up our first 3 races tonight at the Raceway. And, of course, you can watch and wager through HBI Bet all night long for all 11. We've got 7 starters. A little tricky behind the gate was one Tiger Shark. Here they come. They're rough. In a Hurry. is quickest early in the center. One more and I gotta go, pointed for St. Louis Jr. As they bend through the opening turn in a hurry on the inside. Here's the newcomer. One more and I gotta go, reaching up to grab control early. Third and in for Click Clack down the track. On hold fourth, a midfield fourth. Twinbee Fabulous, who did close up at a juicy 3-1. Traveling in fifth is a Tiger Shark. Then it's back to Remedy. The earliest trailer was Stylish and Sporty. They were single file by the quarter mile. It was 29 seconds flat, and it's a 2-length lead for the front-ending, free-wheeling newcomer. One more, and I gotta go. Closing up as a 1-5 choice. Second best is In a Hurry. Click Clack down the track, continuing third. Thinking About It fourth. Twinbee Fabulous. Staying along the inside was Tiger Shark. Underway was Remedy. That brought Twinbee Fabulous out from fourth, and trailing Stylish and Sporty. The half was up in 1:01, and a very nice breather through that second frame for the favorite, for the pace setter. One more and I gotta go. That'll have to deal with Twinbee Fabulous now, who's coming from fourth, now showing third and trying to be second with 3/8 left to go, though In a Hurry is battling on for that spot now, and is toe up in fourth for Remedy, and a shuffled fifth for Click Clack down the track, up towards three-quarters, and they're going to pick it up now. One more and I gotta go. Still leading by a neck. Heavy pressure from Twinbee Fabulous, looking this leader in the eye. 1:31 and 1 for three-quarters. It's now a neck in front for Twinbee Fabulous. She wants to win tonight. She's been sitting on a win. Tonight she wants it. 1/8 of a mile left to go. Twinbee Fabulous on top. Remedy is second. On for third. Click Clack down the track. The heavy favorite. One more and I gotta go. Backed up abruptly. Twinbee Fabulous breaks her maiden. Henry for Dumichel. Second best was Remedy. Then Click Clack down the track, and in for fourth In a Hurry. 2:02 maiden mark time for Twinbee Fabulous. Unofficial winner, Twinbee Fabulous here. She wins it over the 8, Remedy. Click Clack down the track, number 3 finishing 32. In a Hurry fourth. 6, 8, 3, and 4. It's unofficial. Returning for a winner's circle photo, number 6, Twinbee Fabulous. She's a 3-year-old daughter of sports writer. Had a baby fab by Western Ideal for Francis Dumichel. Travis Henry. On a standardbred 2021 group. Francis training Travis Henry on board for this. The maiden victory, 2:02 flat for Twinbee Fabulous. There she is. Going official here in the opener. Tiger Shark was 5th. In a Hurry 4th. Click Clack down the track 3rd. One more and I gotta go 7. Stylish and Sporty 6th. Twinbee Fabulous a winner. The 7 at scratch Remedy was 2nd. 29, 101, 131 and 1. The mile was 2:02 flat for Twinbee Fabulous. Top down a 5, 4, 3, 7, 6, 1. Scratch and 2. $8.90 on that nose. Nice price. Exactor. $51.60 dollar try, $441.05. How about that superfecta? $1,664.65. The 20 center coming back at $332.93 on a short field of 7. Race 2 is next. Second race up and coming. 8 starters on the piece for an exactor try. Super, the opening leg of an early pick 3. Good luck. Early double will pays on to race number 2 now being posted. These are some nice prices, folks. You got the second choice in front at 3-1. Twin B Fabulous on to the 2. Skip Across, who's the current favorite, 27 even. Coming back on the early double, nice price. And then there's action for the 3, Let's Roar, who's coming back in from Flamborough, Woodbine, Mohawk Park stint, and even 82 and change for the 1, Better Country. And in a race that could be a bit wide open, coming up here in about 2 minutes. Keep in mind, folks, due to the winter-like conditions. It's not so much wintry as last night. We had some strong gusting winds combining with snow flurries throughout the night. It's a clear kind of night in London. There is some wind. It will be on their backs as they race through the backstretch. It will be a wind they'll face down the stretch to the finish. But though, keep in mind, with the cooler temperatures, horses will be post-parading at or around 0. And not being out on the track too long following the post parade and going to the gate. Wager early to avoid the disappointment of being shut out tonight. There's your live Pick 5 money still in play following the opener, the victory by Twin B Fabulous at 3-1, 4,800. And $70 still in play from a large Pick 5 pool of $22,715. Best of luck if you're still going forward following race number 1. There we go, starters on parade. It's race 2 at the Raceway, led by the One Better Country. Travis Cullen on board for Blair and Erna Corbeil. Robert Fellows conditions. Current fave is number 2, Skip Across. She'll try to double up for Steve Palermo along with Jeffrey Roach. The trainer Steve Bostons, the driver Tyler Borth. Let's Roar 3 returning to London for Hut Racing Stable. Trainer Meg Crone, the driver Anthony Hahn. Outrageous Song 4, Scott Coulter driving for Michael Goldberg. Ben Hollingsworth and Joe Steiner, Ben trains. Pacing Down a Dream is 5, Brett McDonald aboard for Doug Millard. The trainer's John Yake. Yolanda Fellows, along with Blair Corbeil and Arpad Szabo, share the ownership on 6. Virtual Success, another one for trainer Robert Fellows. Austin Sori. 7 outside for Brydown Betterby. It's Garrett Rooney for Brydown Farms, Inc., trainer Kendall Ron. And from the back tier spot, number 8, Steel Mia Treasure. This one has Jason Ryan driving for Lloyd Stone, Vic Putty, Mike Horwood, plus a numbered Canada Inc. Vic Putty is training. Those are your 8 pacers then for this exactor try. Super. Opening leg of an early pick 3. So race 1 in and done. Robert Reed Jr., Tuesday night special, joining us for commentary. Ticket ideas and race selections. His top choice here in race number 2, number 3, Let's Roar. I do know this mare well. She's been racing in London in the fall. She went over to Flamborough. She's been at Woodbine Mohawk Park and now back to our half-mile oval here in London. And Robert Reed Jr., front-end speed, didn't hold in the opener, but you know what? I thought something might be a little different in the opener because just the front end just held so well last night. And here we got wind, not real strong wind, but it's the total opposite wind direction from last night. And I don't know. Maybe the front end was gonna hold if the horse was good enough for it, but it seemed to favor the closers there in the opener.
Yeah, it did. I don't know if it mattered, but Sugar, I go off my filly,
right?
And I put on Twitter, that the favorite hooked this big tuna, and that one, I got fished in. And a lot of people, I think, did pretty well just sticking with Twin Be Fabulous. I know you did. And, I mean, she's been racing so well. And, I mean, now I'm going off our mare in this race with Skip Across. I'm siding with number 3, Let's Roar. So who knows? Maybe I'm going to have a mishap in the early double here.
This is a nice big mare, and I love Anthony Hahn, his driving style. He never gets carried away too much and usually has them in great position to win. We're inside of 2 minutes now. He'll get a great shot. Before we touch on her, shout-outs Mr. B, John Rallis, others that are following along tonight. Ryan Clements, big fan of the show, and we couldn't do it without them. Hey, Robert?
No. Definitely not. No, listen, at the end of the day, without the horse players, there is no horse racing. And, those guys are always very, very kind to us and kind to the show. And there's many others, too, on Twitter that we always appreciate the feedback. It's amazing stuff.
Okay, Let's Roar. Can she make some noise?
I think so. I really like her in here, and I think that she's going to enjoy getting back to the Raceway. She's one that has early speed. I just think she might be too much mare for this group, and I'm surprised she's sitting at 2-1 right now. I thought she might get more of the action. Skip Across raced fantastic last time. We know that. She made up so much ground in such a little amount of time, but she did get an absolute perfect trip. You can't get a better trip than what Tyler Borth gave her last time.
Patience, patience.
Oh. Yeah, it gave me heart attacks. I put on Twitter, it gave me heart palpitations betting Skip Across last time. But no, I just think that Let's Roar might be a step ahead of these. I'm surprised Better Country is getting bet off the board right now at 2-1, to be perfectly honest.
Right on. Another one maybe think about here. A Virtual Success comes in for Rob Fellows, Austin Sori on board. You've got it pegged for third at a price.
Yeah, 16-1 right now. I actually prefer that one of the two Fellows entries.
Okay.
And Virtual Success had the best pace late in that mile last time. Kind of just made a move around them and was closing up nicely, kind of stealthily in fourth position. And I thought she had a lot of good late movements. So I prefer her over the One Better Country of the two Fellows horses.
I prefer the 6.
a lot right now after what I've seen in race one. I think the closers are going to hit tonight, and you're getting 13-1 on this top three selection for Robert Reid Jr. Thanks so much, Robert. We'll be setting up the early pick four when you come back following this one. Here we go. It's race two in London with Better Country, Skip Across, Let's Roar, Outrageous Song, Pacing Down a Dream, Virtual Success, Bride on Better Be for 7, Noses on Gate, Treading Spot for Steal Me a Treasure. Who do you like? Picking up speed. Here they come. Off and pacing. Skip Across left out. Let's Roar is next door. Better Country with the pylon position, protecting that inside lane for Cullen. Better Country came out on top, though Skip Across appears to be going for it. Skip Across and Borth at 3-2 take control. It's Better Country pocketing up in second. Plugged in from the back tier spot was Long Shot Steal Me a Treasure. Settled down into fourth was Let's Roar, a gap of 2 to Outrageous Song. Then it's back to Pacing Down a Dream. Next to last was Virtual Success, the earliest trailer. Bride Down Better Be. Quarter mile speed was 29-1. Skip Across. She tried the front, 2 back when the front just wasn't working for many that night. She'll try it again here at 3/8 completion. She's leading, and a challenger shows up. It's the gray Steal Me a Treasure. Challenging here just prior to the half mile. Better Country pocket riding third, fourth and wide for Let's Roar. Along the inside, Pacing Down a Dream, third over into the flow. Outrageous Song, the back markers. Bride on Better Be and Virtual Success. It's going to be 4 in, it's going to be 4 out as they approach the 5/8, the half clocked up in a minute and 2/5. Skip Across driving on for Borth against the long shot. Steal Me a Treasure. Better Country has been tripping out. Let's Roar set to make noise. She's going 3 wide and going for it here and now for Hahn. Following up on that move, a dangerous looking Outrageous Song, a buried 6th. Pacing Down a Dream over to 3/4 and 130 flat, 29-3, third frame. Skip Across doing it and doing it well. Better Country back on for the deuce. Let's Roar maybe hanging out there in third in between Pacer. Steal Me a Treasure into the stretch. Skip Across. Skip Across is almost there, battling on for second. Better Country, Let's Roar. Skip Across. Skip Across. Borth for Bossins. Let's Roar was second. On to take third. Pacing Down a Dream in 2 minutes, 2/5. It's the 2, Skip Across. Appeared to be an easy win there. She doubles up in London. On for second was 3, Let's Roar. The 5, Pacing Down a Dream, is third at 35-1. Longest shot on the board here, getting the show dough. And finishing fourth, the 1, Better Country. 2, 3, 5, 1. It's unofficial. The good times continue to roll for Borth and Skip Across. It's 2 in a row for this combo. 4-year-old daughter of Better Than Cheddar out of Ohio, Annie by Stand Forever. Owned by Steve Palermo, Jeffrey Roach, Steve Bossins training. Tyler Borth driving. Skip Across to a gate-to-wire win tonight. 2 minutes, 2/5. Her 4th career win. And now she's 2 for 2 in 2022. Congratulations. She paid $5.10. That exacta came back at $10.20, and that's all right. Dollar try, $62.25. The super for a buck, $150.60. 20 center worth $30, 12 cents, and that early daily double, that is a heck of a ticket. 27 even for Twin Be Fabulous and Skip Across. Insane. Better Country is 4. Skip Across won it. Let's Roar 2nd. Outrageous Song 5th. Pacing Down a Dream was 3rd. Virtual Success 8. Brought Down Better Be 6. Steal Me a Treasure 7. 29 and 1, a minute 2 fifths, 1:30. Mile was 2 minutes 2 fifths. Skip Across, easy. From the top, a 4-1-2, 5-3, 8, 6, 7. Third is next. 11 minutes to post time for an exactor try. Super, the opening leg of an early pick 4. 8 pacers lining up. 11 minutes to think about it.
I said it before the race, and there you have it. Skip Across. 2 horses in the opening double there. Twin Be Fabulous, Skip Across, that I've been on every single week. I go off both of them tonight, and wouldn't you have it, They both get the job done. Well, snake bitten so far for this guy. Hopefully you're still alive in your early pick 5 wager, but if you're not, like me, you could jump in on the early pick 4. Low takeout, 15% guaranteed pool, $7,500. Let's take a look at Sugar's ticket first, because he's doing much better than I am so far tonight, because he's stuck with the horses we've been riding week after week. And we'll look at his ticket first. He's got the 1 and 8 in this race. I think it is those two. I really believe it. Much like the last race, I thought it was a 2-horse race. I think this one in as well. Say It All Sport with the rail control, following her out, number 8, Pacing and Racing. I do like that one quite a bit myself. But yeah, 2-horse race, I think 1-8 in the opener here. 4, 7, and 8, good and sweet. I'm a big fan of the effort last time from that one in race 4. That's number 4. He's also using Mercenary and Global Crush. In race 5, 2 deep, in a race I think might be wide open. Number 2, Captain Ray, might be one that's warming up to win, but a lot of second place finishes on his card. And number 8, River Dolly, so 2 deep there. And then in race 6, going 5 deep with the 1, 2, 3, 4, and 8. That's Cranky's Boy, Farmer's Tan, Bet on Brett, Midway Island, and number 8, I Love What I Do. Very interesting contest in race 6. I think it's going to be an interesting race to see how it all plays out in there. That ticket there will cost you $12 for 20 cents. Let's take a look at my ticket. I'm going to single here, which we know how it's gone so far when I've decided to make some decisions. I cut out Say It All Sport. I do like her quite a bit here, but Pacing and Racing was one I thought raced just fantastic. First start for Josh McKibben on December the 28th, and I think this filly might continue to improve. So I singled her. Right now she's 7-2. In the 4th race, the 4, 6, and 7, Good and Sweet is my top selection. I'm using Jack and Clubs off time, and I think Mercenary is the class of the field. So those are the 3 you have to use in there, in my opinion. Race 5, I think, is wide open. So I'm going to go hunting for a price. I use 6 of the 8 in there, the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 8. Left out 2 horses. Maybe should hit the all button. But again, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 8. My top selection is number 8, River Dolly. But I do think there could be a big price in race 5. And then in race 6, 3 deep with the 2, Farmer's Tan, the 3, Bet on Brett, and the 8, I Love What I Do. The 8, I Love What I Do is my top selection. Bet on Brett, if speed is good, which, I mean, so far we saw a 1-leader stop, which may have been a result of a horse off time and just not at their best tonight. And then we saw one that raced great in the front end. So who knows what the bias is at this point, but Bet on Brett is the obvious speed in there, and Farmer's Tan has a lot of early go too. So 2, 3, and 8 in there for me. And that ticket will cost you $10.80 for 20 cents, and going all in on number 8, Pacing and Racing, here in race 3. Following out right now, the favorite was 1-5, number 1, Say It All Sport. 6 minutes right now to the horse moving out onto the track again. Start mapping out your winning wagers for this early pick 4 wager. Low takeout, 15% guaranteed pool, $7,500. We'll come back and take a closer look at race number 3 after the post break.
Starter stepping out for race number 3, Exactor Tri, super opening leg of an early pick 4. You're looking at 1, Say It All Sport. Travis Cullen owning and driving. This one conditioned by Jody Cullen. Dan Mead owning. It's Rob Doyle training and driving number 2, Scottish Cheddar. Sunshine in May 3, it's Scott Ray piloting for owner-trainer Janice McEachern. Ryan DeRoche aboard for the Witch's Brew for Mark Adams, trainers Vic McMurrin. Number 5, Sunshine Divino. Garrett Rooney for Malcolm and Robert McPhail. It's Michael Carther training. Bella's Dragon 6, Johnny Hahn for Doug Walters and Cassandra Hahn. Doug trains. An outside chance for the 7, Clover Leaf Cutie, owned by Irene Carey, trained by Rob Bellows, Austin Suri. And who trailed out number 8, Payson and Racing, Jeff Williamson, the owner, Josh McKibben training. Jason Ryan stays on to drive and looking to double up. Payson and Racing here from the back tier spot. All right, 2 races in and done. Here's the 3rd race coming up, the opening leg of an early pick 4. This is a go-to wager. This is a top selection for Robert Reed Jr. I know you loved this horse last time out, but I'm not going to put any more on it than just saying, yeah, I know you loved this horse last time, Robert.
Yeah, I did, and it was hurtful because I loved the horse for a second behind her Twin Bee Fabulous. I mean, what a tangled web we weave right now. Twin Bee Fabulous comes back and wins the first. I go off her. This one here, we should have cashed a fortune on her last time at 22-1. Not a bad price tonight, though, to be perfectly honest, at 7-2. I thought she would take more support because I thought she raced fantastic. I know she rode a closing bias, but she looked like she was loaded throughout the mile, and that was off 3 weeks. I know now she has missed a week between starts, but, you have to figure, now second start for Josh McKibben, she makes a pretty big leap forward in that first start for him. Maybe she even continues to improve on that in the second start.
She's a nice big filly, too, and I don't mind her leaving from the trailing spot. Just by the look of her, it does not look like she has to have her nose on the gate. She to me, looks like a grit grinder all day.
Yeah, she does. And, last time she ended up picking up cover, and when she came off, it was one of those one sugar where, if you're on a horse that's 22-1, you're usually life and death, right, to get the horse down, right? Yeah. This one, you knew on the far turn, she was a winner. I mean, it was
swelled right up, yeah.
Yeah, she had all kinds. So, and now down to 3-2 as we talk about her. As we talk, the price just shortens up. But I do like the fact that she gets to follow out Say It All Sport. I think that's a good horse to follow in here. And I mean, if that horse is going to be the second favorite or the favorite in the race, why not follow that one out off the gate?
Yeah, and I do like Cullen for a piece of it here on the rail. I know you got him pegged for second. Nice little exactor box here to maybe chase after 1-8, 8-1. Your thoughts?
Yeah, well, the 2 favorites. I mean, the funny thing is, usually I'd say, well, you can't really get a good payout, but we saw in the last race where it paid $10 when I thought there was only 2 horses that could be first or second. So
crazy, eh?
If you get 3-2 on an exacta box when it's really a 2-horse race, you can't really turn that down.
You know what? The best price I've seen thus far tonight, in my mind, was the early Daily Double, to be honest. 27 for those 2? Crazy.
Just torturing me right now.
Hey, you know what? I like them. I didn't mind. I didn't mind putting them on top. But we get talking about the exactor box here. You got a couple of heavy favorites where the rest of the field pretty much up into the double digits. You'd think, okay, if you could double your money on these 2 as an exactor box, you'd be doing okay. Right now, I'm eyeing up the will pays. $13 for a $2 play. Should the 1 win? Should the 8 win? It's $15. So more than double your money if you want to try the exactor box.
That's even better than the last race, and like I said, they should kind of get away together because you've got one of the pole position, one with the trailing spot. So I do think it's those two. Again, I'm leading Payson and Race, and I just hope she continues to build off that last effort.
Okay, let's see if she can double up. Payson and Racing, big odds last time out, 20-1 plus. And tonight, a 7-5 right now going to postward. Say It All Sport on the rail, then Scottish Cheddar, Sunshine in May, The Witch's Brew, Sunshine Divino, Bella's Dragon, Clover Leaf Cutie on the outside, at the trailing spot for the big filly, Payson and Racing into the stretch. Picking up speed here. They come. And there they go. A slow get for the rail starter in here from the outside gate. Clover Leaf Cutie and Sorry pointing that one. Bella's Dragon to its left and along the inside. Scottish Cheddar away nicely for Doyle. Up on the outside. Clover Leaf Cutie coming here at 5-1 to grab control. Second best is Scottish Cheddar. Away in third. Say It All Sport. Pot on position now in fourth for Bella's Dragon. Away in fifth and under very snug Jason Ryan lines. That is Payson and Racing going third to last with Sunshine in May. The Witch's Brew and trailing Sunshine Divino. Quick opening quarter mile for these. 28-4. Clover Leaf Cutie out there looking strong as a 2.5 length lead over Scottish Cheddar. Remaining in third, Say It All Sport. Traveling in fourth, Bella's Dragon. A peek to the outside. There she goes. Payson and Racing. She's getting underway. Going to flush the favorite here. Say It All Sport gets out and rolling here with a lap to go. The half clocking up in a minute. 3/5. They were 31-4 through that second quarter. Clover Leaf Cutie still going forward, though. Here comes the favorite. Say It All Sport. Say It All Sport trying to get involved here. Scottish Cheddar still up there in the top three, poised in fourth. Payson and Racing. It's Bella's Dragon along the inside, fifth. Underway at a six. Sunshine in May. The final two are way back. The Witch's Brew ahead of Sunshine Divino up by 3/4. 131 flat, and it's the big daughter of Artspeak. Clover Leaf Cutie, large and in charge. The lead is 2.5 lengths. Back on for the due Scottish Cheddar. Payson and Racing's got some work to do. At least 4 lengths to make up for the win. And into the stretch they come. Clover Leaf Cutie still doing some good things here. Scottish Cheddar out for the drive. Nothing happening, though, in the way of making up the 3 or 4 lengths. It's all Clover Leaf Cutie. Scottish Cheddar was second. Say It All Sport came back for third. And it's Payson and Racing for 201 and 4. There's Clover Leaf Cutie for her first career victory. Sorry on board for Fellows. It's the 7 Clover Leaf Cutie here, winning at 5-1 over 2 Scottish Cheddar. Then the 1 Say It All Sport and 8 Payson and Racing. It's the 4 betting choices hitting for the superfecta here. The value are in the front 2 spots with the favorites finishing third and fourth. So again, the top 4 betting choices here hitting for the superfecta. Returning for her first career winner circle photo, this is 7 Clover Leaf Cutie, a 3-year-old daughter of Artspeak and of Heaven's Best Angel by Rock and Roll Heaven. Owned by Irene Carey of Brussels, Ontario, Robert Fellows Conditioning, Austin Sorry Driving this one to a maiden mark of 2:01.4. She was large and in charge throughout. Congratulations. She pays $12.40. Exactor came back at 102.90. The dollar try, 116 even, and a super for $1. Again, these are the top 4 betting choices for the dollar super. 282.85. The 20 center worth 56.57. Say It All Sport was 3rd. Scottish Cheddar 2nd. Sunshine and Mayfit. The Witch's Brew 8. Sunshine Divino 7. Bella's Dragon 6. Cloverleaf Cutie, a race winner. Payson and Racing was 4th. 28.4. A minute 3/5. 131. The mile was 2:01.4. Excellent rating there. Austin Sorey on board the 7 Cloverleaf Cutie. Top down a 325 87614. 4th up and coming. Aluminum to steel shoes in front, plus an open bridle for number 2, George's Credit. The 3, Upgrade Valley is scratched. The 9 will not be moving in. The Exactor try, Superfecta. 4th race is next.
party, and B. Stoney looked to get into the final stride for Henry in 150 and 3.
Dream Pair, Jet Fire for Mark Campbell.
Sun, Fire, Wind, Rain will draw clear to win.
And here's My Baby Girl and Jameson on the outside with a rally in the lane to win. My Baby Girl in front.
Dream is coming on for Henry in deep stretch now, getting to win Sun Revenge, and he's got him. El Sonio Dream will do it from first.
Starters for race number 4 now on Post Parade here. It's a group of horses and gelders on the pace. Non-winners 2,000 their last 3. The one is Amazon Dragon, Ryan DeRoche for Megan Carr, Don McDermott, Paul Woods, and Rick Howie, trained by John Kennedy. George's Credit to Johnny Hahn for Rick Edwards. This one gets the shoeing change, aluminum to steel up front, open bridle tonight. 3 was scratched. Number 4, Good and Sweet, Austin Sori, trying to come right back in here. This one owned by Steve Colvin, trained by Kyle Bossens. Number 4, Good and Sweet. Number 5, it'll be Wilson Wall with Tyler Borth staying on for Keith Wilson and Dean Wall. Dino trains. Heavy favorite status hung on number 6, Jack of Clubs right now. Travis Cullen for the owner-trainer Gary MacDonald. Number 7, Mercenaries, George Kitros, training and driving for Mary Kitros. And then the 8, Global Crush. It's Lauren House piloting for Brenda Shelton and Kim Mulvey. Alan Shelton is the trainer. Those are your 7 pacers then for race number 4 at Exactor, Try, and Superfecta. Robert Reed Jr. joining us for the commentary. Race selections, ticket ideas this evening. His top play in here happens to be a Speed Threat in number 4, Good and Sweet. Now, Robert, I still haven't decided on any bias thus far tonight. Front end didn't hold up in race 1. Then we saw a couple of gate-to-wire winners that they couldn't get close to, but I'm still not sold on any speed bias just yet.
Yeah, I mean, I might lean speed at this point. I think you're right, though. I think we saw a case of horses that just were kind of, really good on the front end and even lone speed, if you will, right? So that can carry either way. But I would lean in the direction of early speed. Okay. And I'll be honest, right now, I'm a little bit excited about the price of number 4, Good and Sweet. I can't imagine it's going to hold up right now at 9-2. But we both like this one last time, Sugar, at 7-1. And first start Kyle Bosnis on that occasion. Now we're getting back in on a regular rotation. You lose the trailing post. You pick up post 3 now with the scratch of the 3 Upgrade Valley. And you get Austin Story aboard, who he certainly liked the front end of the last race. So I'm hoping he's going to go right down the highway again.
Yeah, and he could put this one on the boiler tonight. Good and Sweet, nose on gate. That White Blaze likely to be on or near the lead. And yeah, that big filly in race number 3, there's been a few chiming in saying it looked like the lone speed. Well, I'm hoping GB might have put $100 to win on that horse the way he mentioned her on Twitter this evening. So here we are into race number 4. Mercenary for me. Outside post here, though this one can live on the outside. I know this horse has been parked before, battling first up, and just keeps on coming here in London. A Speed Threat as well. I think Ketros has got to go from an outside post right now at 7-1. Nice price.
I sure hope so, and he should be blasting out of there. Mercenary is the class of the field. He won for 24 last season, but he's got 28 lifetime wins, almost 175,000 made lifetime. And like you said, he's a horse that can live on the outside. Yeah. He's got a lot of real big miles in his life, and sometimes ones that he's not even won, but he's raced extremely well in defeat. So I think he's one you've got to consider in here. And again, another one that I'm shocked right now, sitting at 7-1 on the board. I know he's got post 7. But he's one that, like you said, can live on the outside and even really clear these. Right. I think he could if he's engaged early. He can get past these.
He's in an easy spot. Probably the last time I seen Mercenary in this easy, I think it was a trip last year, or the year before, where Ketros elected to use Mark St. Louis on board, and right to the front and gonzo. So it could be that way tonight for Mercenary from the outside. The one taking the action, I'm surprised. Jack of Clubs 3-5 off a rest.
Yeah, I put this horse in for third, thinking I'd have a bit of a price in the. So
not happening.
He's a horse that not happening at all. And he's a horse I'm a big fan of. And last season 0-17, hit the board 8 times. He kind of got into some tough spots. He would drop down into spots like this and always hook a real good opponent, and I agree that this looks like a good spot for him if he wasn't coming back off a long layoff. So
here's the
4-5.
Here's the deal. Here's the deal. They're going to the gate. This horse is 4-5, 0-17 last year, in off the layoff. I've never seen this before in London.
Yeah, I would agree. I think that he's got to be a play against, and right now we're getting good prices on number 4, Good and Sweet, and number 7, Mercenary.
And the 8, Global Crush, 7-1. Kind of liking this one in here. So here we go. Amazon Dragon, George's Credit, a Good and Sweet, Wilson Wall, Jack of Clubs, Mercenary for 6 starters on gate, 1 lone trailer, Global Crush here at 8-1 now. An 1/8 of a mile from the start. Let's do this thing. 4th race pacers are picking up speed. You're watching the Raceway at Western Fair District. It's race 4, and it starts right now. They're off. Wilson Wall, first off the car for Borth. Good and Sweet towards the inside, and Ketros sending Mercenary on out of there. A midfield 4th in the early going for Jack of Clubs, who still maintained a favorite status here at 6-5 off the layoff. Out and rolling early. Sorry wants another one on the boiler, and he's got Good and Sweet there. Good and Sweet takes off and leads by 3 open lengths here at the quarter mile. It was quick. 28 seconds flat. Good and Sweet on top with Wilson Wall in second. Mercenary spies up the speed from third. Jack of Clubs on hold in fourth, not keeping up in fifth. George's Credit, that's got Global Crush thinking about it sixth. The trailer Amazon Dragon as they make the swing and down in front of us for the half mile. Good and Sweet going along unchallenged here. Mercenaries out and rolling, still up there in the top three. Wilson Wall, the half was 58-1. Good and Sweet still going forward, maintaining a 2.5 length margin to long shot Wilson Wall. Mercenary grit grinding away. He's trying to be third as Jack of Clubs came up the inside to gain a position there. Still holding down the fifth, a sluggish George's Credit, not making any headway outside of that Global Crush. The treader continues to be Amazon Dragon. Good and Sweet, very, very strong. Here at 3/4, 126-4. Wilson Wall holding down second. Race favorite Jack of Clubs. I don't think so. Over to the 7/8 turn, and it's still Good and Sweet. He appears to be Gonzo. The lead now 3.5 lengths. Wilson Wall appears to be second best. Jack of Clubs and Mercenary. Strides are shortening up on Good and Sweet. Wilson Wall and Borth trying to make something happen. It won't, though. Good and Sweet. Sorry, comes right back. Wilson Wall appeared to be second best. Jack of Clubs third. Mercenary fourth. 157-1. Good and Sweet downtown in London. Unofficial winner here, number 4, Good and Sweet. Top selection there for Robert Reed Jr. Lou Sorella also all over this horse this evening. He was 9-2 shortly before post time. Dropped to 2-1. Made front. It was over. 4, 5, 6, 7. Top 4 unofficial. Back-to-back driving victories, back-to-back front-end victories for driver Austin Sorey tonight. Here's Good and Sweet, a fine-looking 6-year-old son of Sweet Lou at a Feels Good by Mr. Feelgood. Owned and bred by Steve Colvin of Teeswater. It's Kyle Bosson's conditioned, Austin Sorey driven the win. That's a sharp winning mile tonight. 157-1. Good and Sweet, they couldn't get close. Congratulations. He paid $6.80. The exactor coming back at $62.60. The pick 3 for 20 cents on to race 4. $18.20. The dollar try, $61.80. The dollar superfecta, $298.35. So congratulations to the connection. Austin Sorey driving for the double. Kyle Bossons, winning trainer there, up for the O'Brien Award for Future Star, Rising Star category. Best of luck on that, Kyle. Amazon Dragon was 6. George's Credit 7. The 3 had scratched. Good and Sweet won it. Wilson Wall 2nd. Jack of Clubs 3rd. Mercenary 4th. Global Crush was 5th. 28. 58-1. 126-4. And the mile of 157-1. That's more great rating on the front end. Austin Sorey aboard a Good and Sweet. From the top, a 6-7 scratch. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. 5th up and coming. It's a super high five opportunity. The Raceway always features the non-jackpot high five, where the pool will be paying out to any and all selecting the top 5 finishers minus a low take. There's no changes in the 5th. You've got 11 minutes to play. Here we go. Race number 5. The Super High Five play is next. We're about 6 minutes away from the non-jackpot Super High Five. Lou Sorella, friend of the show, hashtag Lunos. Going to chase after number 2, Captain Ray, as his best bet selection tonight was 2-1 in the morning line. Knocking on the door in recent starts. He's got 4 second-best finishes in his last 5 outings. All of those second-best finishes right here in London. In fact, 4 straight second-best finishes here in London. Coming in, Captain Ray appears to be ready to pop today, says Lou Sorella, his best bet selection here in the 5th. Betting public getting behind this one as well at 3-5. Live racing continues. Wednesday, 5:50 start time. Complete the week with a Friday early start at 4:50. Your free program for Wednesday evening available on our website, westernfairddistrict.com/raceway. Thanks so much to our guest cappers tonight. Lou Sorella, Robert Reed Jr. has joined us. Ontario Racing, selections by Melissa Keith. There is the live money remaining in play, or was. And we don't normally show the live money going into the final leg because the pick 5 will pays are available. Favorite to complete tonight's early pick 5. It's looking like number 2, Captain Ray, $214 and change, coming back on a 20-cent wager. Here's your live money left in play for the early pick 4. After 2 legs, winners being a 5-1 Cloverleaf Cutie and a 2-1 Good and Sweet. Only 402 remains live and in play from a pick 4 pool. It was solid. If you played into the pick 4 pool, you'd be in with a, shot at a pretty good ticket by the looks of the live money left in play after leg 2. Again, just 402. Live and in play from a pick 4 pool of $19,000 plus. Thanks so much for supporting a go-to wager here in London. Next go-to right here in the 5th with the Super High Five play. There you see a live shot of our paddock across the road here at the raceway. They vacate the paddock, head through the tunnel underneath the road next to the track here and step out on Post Parade. There you see they're getting set here for the 5th race. Exactor Tri Super High Five. Horses and geldings on the pace, $15,000 tags for the non-winners, $50,000 life. Here we go. Determined on the rail here for the owners, Jay Noy of Clyde River, Prince Edward Island, along with Bill Andrew of Calgary, Alberta. Dean Nixon condition, Scott Coulter driven. Number 2, it's Captain Ray. Austin Sorry, another live play here possibly for 3 in a row tonight in London. Driving wins, that is, for Lindsay Kerr, Dave Dighton, Michaela Romano, Lindsay Trains. Sports Lovers 3, Brett MacDonald for Sally Charlton along with Lindsay Kerr. Lindsay with another one in to go here from Post 3, Sports Lover on the return. Garrett Rooney driving 4, Journalistic for Bert, Betty, and Jason Sherman. Jason Trains. Press time is 5, Tyler Borth for Steve Binkley. This one trained by Jim Ellis. There's your 5. That is press time. Press time looks all right here. A little fired up kind of right on Post Parade. Number 6, it'll be William Ross back in London following a stint at Woodbine Mohawk Park. This one owned by Danelle Bell. The trainer is Mike Rogers. The driver is Scott Ray. Looks all right there too. The 7, Bet the Limit. Jason Ryan for the owner-trainer Randy Henry. Number 8, trailing spot for River Dowley. This one for Michael Arndt, the trainer Heather Pickett, and the driver Ryan DeRoche. 8 pacers then for the 5th race. Exactor tries, Super High Five. Robert Reed Jr. for the commentary. I know this is the race he went deepest of all, and the more I look at this race myself, the more wide open I believe it is. A top selection for Robert. You're going to the 8 River Dowley. Races well, but sometimes likes to make breaks in the early going.
Yeah, he does. And that's really one of the reasons why I went to him, was just looking at a race saying, you know what, I don't want to be on the favorite on here. I just I can't be on a horse that's going to be, bet down in this race. I think it's close to a wide open event. And River Dowley is one that I think was going to get overlooked because of that most recent break. But beyond that, really racing well, at this level and around this level, and turns in a good effort pretty much every single time. So I just thought that this race might set up for him if he gets away, moderately well off the gate, maybe finds a helmet. And I do think he's good enough to win in here. 5-1's probably about the right price on him. Might float up, might go a point or 2 down, but that he's the one that I'd want to be on if I had to bet one to win. But Sugar, I was using 6 of the 8 in my multi-leg wagers.
Yeah,
so
it's like that. It's a Super High Five, and it could be wide open here. I love one of your latest tweets, and I can tell you, I know the taste of McDoubles all too well. Number 2, Captain Ray here. Bettors are behind this. I believe I got it pegged as a top selection. Lou Sorella, friend of the show, has him pegged as his best bet selection tonight.
And you know what? For me, it's as much about Captain Ray as also Austin Sorry. I mean, he put the last 2 on the lead. He's driven horses that I think would benefit from being there, and I think Captain Ray might as well, because for him, I don't know if he's the type that's going to like to be on the lead cutting it, but he might need a 2-hole trip. My concern with Captain Ray is that you look up and down the page, you see a lot of seconds, and sometimes horses get a case of seconditis, and I can't really get behind a horse of 4 to 5 that might be doing that again tonight.
We had a horse back home years ago, I'm talking decades ago, where it always finished second. I finally got to talking to the driver of this horse one day, and I said, why doesn't this horse want to go and win, want to go win? He said he's got one eye, and he can't see inside of him, and when he feels he's passed them all, he's done. But there's always one that he couldn't get by because he couldn't see him.
Wow, that's crazy. Casual Breeze had one eye, I think, right? Casual Breeze?
This horse I'm talking about was the name of a Star's Memory. Star's Memory. And this is back in the 80s when I first started going. And, yeah, just something I remember. Something I can remember years ago, right? But I can't remember last week. Final observations on this one. 3 Sports Lover off the rest.
I looked at this one and said, maybe if you get the right price, the 3-1 might be a bit short for a horse. I mean, that's off that much time. It's so hard, right?
Coming back, coming back this time of year, it's so hard. These horses racing in the summer, they're coming back in cold weather. It just, for me, it's never worked. Horses off the layoff. You want to see them once or twice this time of year. Another friend of the show, Ryan Willis, not really a fan of the Captain or the River horse in here.
Wow, there you go. Listen, you know me. When Ryan says something, I listen. So
he's going somewhere else. Here we go. It's race 5, the High Five in London. Determined. Captain Ray, Sports Lover, journalistic, press time. William Ross, Bet the Limit, trailing out. River Dally, possibly a wide open event, possibly an Austin Sorry driving triple coming up. Top of the stretch. 5th race, Pacers picking up speed. Here they come. They're rough. Press time off the car. To his left is Journalistic. Those two together into the opening turn along the inside. Journalistic, though, on the outside. Press time is going better. Press time to assume command here for Todderborth as Journalistic pockets up in second. All Alone to be third. A Determined 4th best away. We've got the William Ross away in 5th. Captain Rain. He's already thinking about it. Traveling in 6th, we've got Sports Lover. Then it's back to River Dally, who's behaving in the early going. Treading the field, Bet the Limit. Yes, indeed. Captain Ray got underway. He was 5th. 4th. Going on for 3rd, and will try to go up and challenge the leader after the quarter mile of 29 seconds flat. Todderborth unchallenged here with press time. Captain Ray soon to be 2nd. It's Journalistic for the trip in 3rd. 4th and in is Determined. 5th and wide now is a Sports Lover picking up the stablemates cover. And 3rd up into the flow was River Dally. Back to William Ross, the trailer moving out. Bet the Limit. Half was 59-2. 30-2. Well rated. 2nd frame for press time. Press time at 7-2. Still going forward. Captain Ray up to the wheel. No further just yet. Back on for the deuce is Journalistic. Holding down 4th. Determined. 3 wide into the backfield. River Dally's coming late. 129, 29-3 up the backside, and press time is still the one. Journalistic is 2nd. Captain Ray begins to sputter out there in 3rd. 4th in Determined, saving all the ground, trying to find a piece of this one. William Ross into the stretch, and it's press time. Here comes the pocket sitter. Journalistic. Press time almost there. Journalistic keeps coming. It's press time. Journalistic, yes! Upset specialist Rooney on board for the Shermans. Journalistic. Press time was 2nd. Maybe Determined on for 3rd. 158-3. Race 5, the more I looked at it, the more I was thinking upset, and sure enough, the upset, it's on. Number 4, Journalistic here at 7-1. Pocket Rocket up in time for the victory over 5, press time. It was the 1, Determined, finishing a strong 3rd there. Shout out to friend down home, Jay Noy of Clyde River, Prince Edward Island, on the ownership line of Determined. Of course, Bill Andrew from Calgary, Alberta, out west, maybe tuned in and catching Determined, getting the show dough in there. 4th best was Captain Ray, and then 5th for 6, William Ross. It's a super high 5 combination of 4, 5, 1, 2, and 6 unofficial. Here's Journalistic coming back to the winner's circle, so full of himself as well. He's a 5-year-old son of sports writer out of Enchanted Beauty by Western Ideal for Bert, Betty, and Jason Sherman. Jason trains Garrett Rooney on board for the upset. Like he's done so many times before here in London, he trips Journalistic out to win in 158-3. Congratulations. Going official here, $17.30 on the nose for Journalistic. Exactor $97.50. Dollar try, $226.40. The high five for 20 cents, $713.61. Pick 5 on to the fifth, 20 center, $381.28. Determined to finish third, Captain Ray was fourth, Sports Lover 7. Journalistic was a race winner. Press Time second. William Ross fifth. Bet the Limit 6th. River Dally 8th. 29. 59-2. 129. The mile was 158-3. Journalistic very sharp in victory there in race 5. Top down a 3-4-7. 1-2. 5-6-8. On we go to race number 6 for an exactor try, Superfecta. It'll be the open bridle for number 4, Midway Island. Another field of 8 on the pace coming your way. Pick 4, Will Pays, now on display on to race number 6. There's been some pretty good value throughout. Opening leg, 5-1 on Cloverleaf Cutie. And then you get 2-1 on Good and Sweet, 7-1 on Journalistic, the upset in race number 5. Best of luck if you got a live play in this fourth and final leg of an early pick 4 in London. It's coming up here in about 4 minutes' time.
Hi, I'm Ace, and this is my boy, Dally.
My wife, Denise, and I own Amber Same Day Delivery out of Niagara. We are a courier business. When you have a big family like this and you are running a business, you have to find ways to economize. Now, I know you horse people are in the same boat, so I'd like to give you a break. Dally service fee is $5,000, but if you have survived COVID and you're still in business, I think you deserve $1,000 off. You can take another $15 off if you just add a picture, video, or comment about your Dally on Facebook. That takes Dally service fee from $5,000 down to $2,500. Let's face it, everybody deserves a break. Thank you for your support. Together we'll survive COVID and come out stronger on the other side. God bless you all.
Here we go. Pacers on parade. Race 6, led by the one Cranky's boy, Scott Ray, driving for the owner-trainer Rick Edwards. Number 2, it'll be Farmer's Tan, going out for owner, trainer, and driver Carol Voyer. Farmer's Tan here, a three-legged son of Always a Virgin. Number 3, Bet on Brett. It's going to be Mark Goddard, training and driving for Brandon Guerra. Midway Island 4, Austin Sorey for owner-trainer Rachel Andrew. Already the 5, that'll be De Knockdown Fati. It's Jason Ryan for Debbie O'Brien Morin. Express All That 6, adding Lasix for this, Brett MacDonald for Dave Daniel, along with Len Gamble with Dave Training. 7 outside, Full Race Cam, Don Rankin Jr. for William Kirkpatrick, Pamela Loomis, William Trains. And from the training spot, number 8, I Love What I Do, it's Ryan DeRoche for Chris Yake, the trainer's John Yake. Those are your starters. 8 Pacers for this Exactor, Try, and a Superfecta, reaching pretty much the halfway point on this Tuesday evening in London, and a top selection for Robert Reed Jr. in here on number 8, I Love What I Do. You love this price right now, 8-1, Robert.
I do like the price, Sugar. I thought this horse would provide a little bit of value because I think you look to the inside of the gate, you see there's speed there and some horses that are also making the power drop with their noses on the gate. I just wanted to go with one I thought might give us a little bit of value, and another one that really is plummeting down in class. There's no other way to put it. And this is a pretty easy spot. Now, hooking some other ones that are doing the same. But I do think that if I Love What I Do gets away, well off the gate and follows out this early speed, is definitely kind of the wall of horses in front of him are all going to be blasting, I think. He might be able to set a Garden Trip. Now, having said that, I do think speed is holding up pretty darn good right now. We saw it in the last race as well.
Yeah.
And they might be tough to catch these two that really should be mixing it up early, and that's Farmer's Tan and Bet on Brett.
I think it's clear now. You go back to race 2, you had Skip Across, then the Big Filly, Cloverleaf Cutie, Good and Sweet, and then the front 2, Journalistic Press Time, finishing first and second there. I think back to the first race, the pace setter just was short, right? Off the long layoff and cool weather conditions. Just front end speed, though, as you mentioned, it appears to be where you want to be tonight.
Yeah, I think so. And you look at these two, Bet on Brett might be one of the fastest horses off the gate when he wants to be. And Farmer's Tan is one that's got a lot of speed as well, loaded with early speed, in fact. And last time, when a really tough trip, got stuck out there a long way first over. And now those two also plummeting down in class. Bet on Brett actually taking even a further step down than the aforementioned two of Farmer's Tan, and I Love What I Do. So interesting dynamic to this race. It really is, because those two are the speed, but you also have a couple of drivers that aren't usual drivers, right? They both are the trainers of record on these horses, and that sometimes can make for an interesting race.
I was going to mention there's probably people looking at this program page in London that are regular players, and they're saying, who is Carol Voyer? Who is Mark Goddard? I believe they're from up Rideau, Quebec way.
Mark trains quite a few horses here, and
right.
I see he does jump on the odd one here and there, and he's certainly been able to get them to the finish line before. And Carol, I would say I think that does race out Rideau way, but I've seen quite a few out this way as well. So again, they're capable in the bike. There's no question about it, but it's also one of those situations where if you're going to be taking a short price, I don't know if that's the direction I'd want to be going in, but I do think they're on the 2-class horses in here.
I think this first turn is going to be crazy. I honestly do. There's so much speed in here. Cranky's Boy loves to lead. Farmer's Tan, Bet on Brett. Midway Island, they put the open bridle on that one, trying for a reversal of form. I just see the first turn getting really crazy.
And that's why I love what I do, because there is literally a wall of horses. The 4 horses in front of him should all be blasting out of there, right? Midway Island, like you said, even him on the outside, he's a horse that likes to leave out. I think he's got a fire today. So I'm just hoping maybe I love what I can do, get sneak in behind them and get the better of them in the stretch at 8-1.
Here we go. Gate is moving. Race number 6 in London, lining up Cranky's Boy, Farmer's Tan, Bet on Brett, Midway Island, and Octan Farte. Express, all that. Full race cam. Then I Love What I Do from the trailing spot. A top selection here for Robert Reed Jr. being let go at 8-1. Top of the stretch. Picking up speed. Here they come. They're off in the center. Midway Island towards the inside. Farmer's Tan. Bet on Brett. Tight quarters, and on the rail, Cranky's Boy has stacked them up. On the outside of Farmer's Tan going forward, not taking back. Bet on Brett being sent by Goddard. Goddard could be thinking differently. Not quite yet, but yeah, it appears he's going to back him off to sit 3. It's going to be Cranky's Boy on for second. Loose. Up front. Free-legged, free-wheeling, front-ending. Farmer's Tan, 28-2. Quick opening quarter mile with Cranky's Boy to track from second. Bet on Brett. Did take a duck and tuck in third. Fourth best away for Midway Island. Following up the speed and swishing the tail back and forth. I Love What I Do was traveling into fifth. Sixth was Denocton Farty. Back to Express All That. Full race cam is gapped off, trailing right out here in the center of the track. A little bit crooked, actually, by the half-mile marker. Farmer's Tan was bearing out there. It'll be interesting to see what he's like on the swing for home. Half-timed up in 58-4, and he's got 3/8 left to go. Farmer's Tan, this son of Always a Virgin, in command. The lead is 4 full lengths. Cranky's Boy is second. Midway Island off the pylons from fourth, now third, and gunning after the leader. Inside to be fourth was Bet on Brett out of the backfield. Express All That. I Love What I Do would have to do a whole lot more than expected to knock down Farty and way back to full race cam. They can't get close to Farmer's Tan. Farmer's Tan, 128-4. He's still out there by 5 expanding lengths. Cranky's Boy clinging to second over Midway Island, and Bet on Brett. And out of the backfield, the challenge for second will be Long Shot. Express All That. Here is Farmer's Tan looking for an order of fries and maybe a Pepsi to go, but he's going home with a victory. Way out here in the center of the track. He wins it over Bet on Brett, who was second best. Third goes to Midway Island. Cranky's Boy fourth. 159-2. Number 2, Farmer's Tan, was a winner over 3 Bet on Brett, then the 4 Midway Island, and 1 Cranky's Boy. 2, 3, 4, 1. Returning down in front, number 2, Farmer's Tan. Son of Always a Virgin out of Sneaky Yankee by Electric Yankee. Goes free-legged for owner, trainer, breeder, Caravoye of Quebec. It's a gate-to-wire romp tonight. 159-2. Farmers 10, a 19th career victory, and his first in 2022. Congratulations. Going official, Farmers 10, $4.30, Exactor $14.20 try, $16.45, Super for $1, $35.70. The pick 4 comes back at $657.80 based on a dollar play. The 20 center $131.56. So Cranky's Boy was 4th. Farmers 10, a winner. Bet on Brett was 2nd. Midway Island 3rd. Denocton Farty 7th. Express All That 5th. Full Race Cam 8th. I Love What I Do was 6th. 28-2, 58-4, 128-4, and a mile of 159-2. It was all Farmers 10. From the top of 412, 37, 586. Here's our back half of a Tuesday night program beginning in race 7. Final 5 races coming up featuring a late pick 5. Exactor, Try, and Super. Scratch the 6. Colorado Buck, number 9, will not be moving in.
Farmers 10, a much the best winner in race 6. Drifted out the stretch, went out towards the grandstand. Sugar said he was looking for order of fries and a Pepsi, but wow, much the best winner there, Farmers 10. Now we turn the page to the late pick 5. Hopefully we can get one notched down here. I went to 0 for 2 in the pick 5 and the pick 4 early in the card, so now we're going to try to get a winning ticket down in this late pick 5. Guaranteed pool, $7,500. Low takeout, 15%. We're going to start off with Sugar's ticket first. And let's see what Sugar has in store for us in this late sequence. Well, we're going to spread out early, and I like that approach because I'm going to do the same thing. And we're going to spread out with the 1, 3, 4, 7, 8 here in the opening leg. 1, 3, 4, 7, 8. So 5 deep. I think I'm going 5 deep as well. In race 8, the 1, 6, and 8. That's Cross Cut, Outlaw Grabbing Gears, and Cheddar Bay. So 3 deep in race 8. And then the 1, 2, 3, keeping it towards the inside in race 9. And I'm on those ones as well, I think. Inside 3 in race 9. Singling up number 6, Ideal Perception, and the feature of the night, the preferred 2 handicap. He's got the outside post because he's considered to be the best in the race, and I think he is too. He's going to be my single as well in race 10. And then in race 11, the 5, 7, and 9. Sugar and I both on the same page in that one. I think those are the 3 horses to beat, and I really am starting to think that Hello You his stock's got to be rising now with the way that this this front end speed bias has been going in the last pile of races, because Hello You is loaded with speed and should be pointed towards the front in that added distance advantage. Let's take a look at my ticket. Very similar idea, I think. Similar approach, similar horses. I'm spreading out here in the opening leg, and I'm going using a bunch of them again. The 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 8. So as it turns out, I'm only leaving out one with the scratch of Colorado Bucks. So maybe, might want to just hit the all button here in race 7. I do think this race might be one that produces a price. My top selection is number 3, Kenny Joe. In race 8, Too Deep with Crosscut, the 1, and the 3, Race Him Up. I put Race Him Up on top tonight. I think he comes up with a big effort, and I like what I saw from a horse from the Vic Putty Barn last night at Mohawk Park. In race 9, the 1, 2, 3, and 5. Let's Make It Come True, Magical Albert, Maintenance Man, and A Positive Hanover. Singling Ideal Perception, just like Sugar. I think this horse is going to go out there and put on a show tonight. I really do. Post 6 and all in the preferred 2 handicap in race 10, and finishing it off with the 5, 7, and 9 as well. We're in the same horses in that nightcap in race 11. And I really do think, again, Pretty Boy Duke is one that loves the front end, but he's got to work from the trailing post. That's the 9. And Shadow Warrior's got to work from post 7. Now post 6 with a scratch of Tough Son of a Beach. But Hello You is one that's loaded with speed, and I think his stock rises now. That's number 5 in race number 11. So there's my ticket. Spreading out early, looking for some prices throughout the sequence, just singling that likely heavy favorite in race 10, number 6, Ideal Perception. Hoping Hello You maybe can be the horse in race 11. I think he might go off as a bit of an overlay in the multi-leg wagers. Maybe not so much when we get to that race if this early speed continues to carry. We got 7 minutes until the horse is moving out onto the track for race 7. Again, start mapping out your winning wagers for this late pick 5 sequence. Low takeout 15%, guaranteed pool $7,500. You want to make sure you get them in long before post time, and we'll come back and take a look at this opening leg after the post parade.
Here's a best bet selection now for Ontario Racing. Melissa Keith doing the Ontario Racing selections this evening. All over the 4 UF bettors. Hanover here just missed in his latest, and he appears to do quite well for driver Scott Coulter on board tonight. 3-1 currently living up to his morning line status. Ontario Racing, best bet, number 4 UF bettors. Hanover here in race 7. race number 7, getting set to start up a late pick 5 here in London. Final 5 races coming up. We're on the pace. Non-winners 5,000, their last 3. Number 1, Mo Better. It's Johnny Hahn driving for Kerry Howard. The trainer's Jeff Graham. Ross Batta and Dr. Paul Rutherford share the ownership on 2. Another great pick. It's Ross training and driving. Kenny Joe from Post 3. It's Don Rankin Jr. training and driving for Kevin Gillis. Scott West owning and training number 4. UF Betters Hanover. Scott Coulter. And then the 5, Dreaming Out Loud. Tyler Borth for the owners, Chris Keane and Keith Cullen. Keith training. 6 was a scratch. 7 outside, Just a Bandit, Brett McDonald for Michael Goldberg, the trainer Ben Hollingsworth. More to come here. Number 8, Easton Beach. This one for owner Mary Kitros, George Kitros, training and driving. Number 8, Easton Beach, getting some class relief in this one. 2-1. Lukewarm favorite status right now, and now stepping out your 7, Just a Bandit, in from Woodbine Mohawk Park. Again for owner Michael Goldberg, the trainer's Ben Hollingsworth. Brett McDonald on to 7, Just a Bandit, who's now stepping out on the track. Alrighty, so 7th race here, opening leg of a late pick 5. And we're getting set to queue up a top selection for Robert Reed Jr. And you're chasing after some value players here and there tonight, Robert. Number 3, Kenny Joe Rankin, got an upset victory last night with his own seed, The Delight. He on board, Kenny Joe here for Kevin Gillis. Tell us about it.
Yeah, I just like Kenny Joe. I think he's a horse that's got a lot of, potential, one that was lightly raced last year. I like what I've seen out of this one. I'll be honest, Sugar, his stock certainly goes down with the way the bias is playing. He's more of a horse that's going to sit a trip and grab a helmet, right? So I was, looking at this one, if the track was playing fair, I thought he's one that has a good chance in here at a decent price. Right now, 9-2, I think, is a good number. Just not so sure I like where he's going to get away and how this race might pan out. But it's a race that is pretty difficult for me anyways to find who's definitely the defined speed anyways. Easton Beach, I think, would be that with his nose on the gate, but from the trailing post, he's going to have a tough time as well. I think if he had his nose on the gate, he'd be my top selection with a bullet here, especially at 3-1, but trailing post, not so much.
Okay, and right now, I mentioned earlier the weather's not so bad as it was last night. Well, right now, we are getting a dust up. It is really blowing. Probably the strongest winds we've seen tonight. It's going to be with them on their back as they race down the backstretch. They're going to face a very strong wind turning for home. I like the way Tyler Borth was scoring down to the 5, Dreaming Out Loud. I'm not sure if he caught it, but at 18-1 right now, I think Tyler's leaving with number 5.
That number is a really big number on number 5, Dreaming Out Loud. It doesn't really make sense, to be honest. I thought the morning line of 8-1 was generous, and he'd probably go off at around 5-1. You're getting 10 points higher right now at 18-1. So for me, he's the value in the race. He's my third pick, and I love the way he was buzzing him around. Also, I saw John Hahn also score down Mo Better. I don't think he's going to give up many positions from the pole position tonight. I think he's going to be blasting out of there. The win 2 back was against a lot cheaper than this. I'm just not sure he can, cut it out against this group.
You know what? I see 1-5, 5-1. I see that how it's. I see them sitting that going to the quarter mile. If that's the case, right now a 1-5 or 5-1 exactor box, I'd be looking into that as the gate begins to move. That speed biased appears to be strong tonight, and again, we are very, very windy going into race number 7. Here we go behind the gate. Mo Better, then another great pick. Kenny Joe, then UF Better's Hanover in the center, Dreaming Out Loud, Just a Bandit for 6 on gate, and 1 late being the class-dropping Easton Beach. 1/8 of a mile for the start. 7th race starters picking up speed. Here they come. They're off. Check it out. The 5, Dreaming Out Loud. The 1, Mo Better. They're going to sit 1-2 in that opening turn. Mo Better for Johnny Hahn has come on through to cut it. It's going to be Dreaming Out Loud at 8-1 to settle in for second, All Alone in third. Another great pick away in fourth. Kenny Joe, 5th best away for Easton Beach, who actually closed up as an even money favorite here, and he's already about 8 lengths off the lead. Next to last was UF Better's Hanover and the Triller, Just a Bandit up front and in command. It was Mo Better to the quarter mile. It was soft. 30 seconds flat, and we'll go along unchallenged here for a long ways. It's going to be Mo Better. It's going to be Dreaming Out Loud for the trip. Some value players, 1-2 here at 3/8 completion. Another great pick continuing third. Now it'll be Easton Beach to go first up. 4 aways, carrying UF Better's Hanover into it. Getting shuffled was Kenny Joe, and off the back end, Just a Bandit. 4 in, 3 out with a lap to go. The half just 1:01 and 4. Mo Better has to be driving on against Easton Beach, who's right on his wheel now and challenging. Dreaming Out Loud still up there in the top 3. A second over top and fourth for UF Better's Hanover. So front end speed, it's been pretty good all night. Are the closers going to show up in this one? Mo Better teamed up now and sprinting up by 3/4. Mo Better on the lead. Easton Beach is second. Dreaming Out Loud, pocket riding third. 3 deep on the outside. There goes UF Better's Hanover for Coulter. 3/4 up and 1, 31 and 2. Mo Better being swarmed upon here. UF Better's Hanover up on the wide side is taking control into the stretch. UF Better's Hanover now has the blinkers up front. Mo Better appears to be second best. Late pace from Kenny Joe. UF Better's Hanover. Coulter for West. Mo Better second. Kenny Joe third. Might have been Just a Bandit from way back to be fourth. 2 minutes. 4/5. Huge back half by UF Better's Hanover for the win. On this night, that's a monster back half by UF Better's Hanover to get there at 7-2. A best bet selection for Ontario Racing's Melissa Keith. Number 1, Mo Better finished second. The 3, Kenny Joe, on for third. And number 7, Just a Bandit, on for fourth. 4, 1, 3, and 7. Some pretty good value showing up for the Superfecta here. Pretty good value to open up a late pick 5 in London. Back down in front, UF Better's Hanover, 12-year-old son of Better's Delight out of Sly Girl Hanover by the Ponderosa. Bred by Hanover Shoe Farms of Pennsylvania. Scott West of Rockwood Owning and training, Scott Coulter gets along just fine with this old dog. You Have Better's Hanover, 36th career victory, his first of 2022. Mile tonight of 2 minutes 4/5. Congratulations. Going official here, Mo Better was second. Another great pick is 6. Kenny Joe third. You Have Better's Hanover won it. Dreaming Out Loud 7. 6 and Scratch, Just a Bandit 4th. Easton Beach 5th. Fractions of 30. 101 and 4. 131 and 2. And a mile of 2 minutes 4/5. UF Better's Hanover. From the top, a 2, 6, 3. 1, 7 Scratch 4, 5. 940 in the nose. Exactor, $37.30. Dollar Try, $94.30. The Super for a buck, $290.30. That's a 20-center coming back at $58.06. Turn the page. Go on to race 8 for a late pick 4 starting up. Scratch the 7 Daliator. The 9 will not be moving in. Exactor Try, Super, late pick 4 is next.
All right, my mic wasn't working. That was working, guys. Sorry about that. So UF Betters Hanover getting the job done in race number 7 and doing it well. And I had to use a pile of them to get through the pick 5 opening leg. Melissa Keith, Ontario Racing. How about a best bet winner? $9. Great job, Melissa. Awesome pick there with UF Betters Hanover. Yours truly needs to put up some winners here in the final 4 races. So let's try to map out a winning pick 4 ticket. Said we are alive in that pick 5, but we had to use like almost the whole field to stay alive. So let's look at Sugar's ticket first for this late pick 4. Guaranteed pool at $7,500. Low takeout, 15%. I like it. Some symmetry from Sugar here. We're going to go 3 by 3 by key by 3. 1, 6, and 8 here in race 8. That's Crosscut, Outlaw Grabbing Gears, and Cheddar Bay. And then in race 9, the 1, 2, and 3, Make It Come True, Magical Albert, and Maintenance Man. And then in race 10, number 6, Ideal Perception, his single, my single, might be everybody's single though. So, a lot of money going to be resting on the shoulders of number 6, Ideal Perception in race 10. And then 5, 7, 9 in the closing leg. The 3 horses that I like as well. I think they're the 3 best horses in the race. But I think now with the speed bias that we've seen through most of the night, Hello You stock number 5 rises in a big way. Let's look at my ticket. I think probably kind of similar. We've got the 1, 3, and that was the wrong numbers. I just got the 1 and 3 here. Crosscut and Race 'em Up, I believe, here in the first leg. Let's take a look here. No worries. I've got it here, yeah. So we've got 1 and 3 here in the opening leg. That is Crosscut and Race 'em Up. Then the 1, 2, 3, and 5 in the second leg, race 9. That's Make It Come True, Magical Albert, Maintenance Man, and A Positive Hammer. I like Maintenance Man in race 9. I'm hoping he might be a bit of value, and I'm also hoping he might go right on down the road tonight. Now, race number 10, the 6, Ideal Perception. I can't try to beat this horse. I think he is much the best in there. The race office agrees. They gave him the outside post, and he's been racing fantastic as of late. So he's my single, and then 5, 7, 9 in the closing leg. Hello You, again, is the one that I do have that horse picked for 3rd, I believe, but his stock goes up significantly now. Again, if he can get to the front and ride that front end speed bias. But you've got about a minute till the horses move out onto the track for race number 8. Make sure you start mapping out your winning wagers for this late pick 4, your last chance to play one of our guaranteed pools. And we'll come back after race 8 to take a closer look at the opening dash.
Race 8, Pacers on parade, led by number 1, Crosscut. Crosscut gets hiked up in class here. He'll tackle preferred types here. Preferred 3 event, purse $10,000 for SSG Stables of North Boston, New York. Anthony Beaton training Austin Sorey drives the 1, Crosscut. He opens as a 3-2 favorite here. Number 2, Better's Victory. It's Natasha Day for Bert and Betty Sherman, along with Jason Sherman. Jason trains. Gord McDonald, along with Christopher Boland, sharing ownership on 3. Race 'em up. Vic Putty training Jason Ryan on the lines. Michael Goldberg, the owner. Tisha Symes, conditions. Number 4, Bit of Luck, Anthony Hahn. Number 5, it'll be Mr. Mock Jimmy. The free-legged son of Mach 3 goes out for Sally Charlton. Trainer Lindsay Kerr. Driver is Brett McDonald. The 6, Outlaw Grabbing Gears. Paul and Nicole Davies sharing ownership with Paul. Training and driving. 7 was a scratch. And number 8, it's Cheddar Bay. Cheddar Bay gets away from the preferred 2 types, so 2 does the 6, Outlaw Grabbing Gears. Cheddar Bay goes out for Don and Heather McGregor. The trainer, Stacy Curry. The driver, Jay Harris. Those are your 7 preferred 3 Pacers for race 8. Exact or try super. It's the start of a late pick 4. Eighth race then, looking at a top selection, Robert Reed Jr. You got a speedball here, don't you? Race him up.
Yeah, I had to, go with this one, and I did because a couple of reasons. I thought last time, not really Race 'em Up's cup of tea, getting away 5th and trying to grind it out. A horse that usually does better last. It looks really fired up, by the way, right now. The track looks really sharp out there, and I just think that, the way the track's playing tonight, I'm happy that I made this one of my top selections. 6-1's a good price. Love the way that Vic Putty had one race last night at Mohawk Park. Mortgage My Villa was an absolute jog burger there. So I'm just hoping that, maybe the barn's getting hot and we're going to see this one turn into a big performance tonight. I don't think it was anywhere close to this one's preferred style last time, and we might see him on the hammer tonight.
There was a lot of chatter on Twitter last night about the Vic Putty winner at Woodbine Mobile. I'm with you. This horse looks really, really sharp tonight, doesn't he?
He does. He looks, ears are up. He's
grabbing right on. Yeah.
I'm just hoping you say it's a pick of the parade, because that's what...
You know what? He does look so good right now. If I had to pick one out there, he is it. His body language is saying, I'm going to the front, and you can try to get past me. It's like that.
All right, I'll take it, Sugar. I'll take it.
Already, second best selection for you in here in race number 8. You went to the rail Crosscut. Now, we've talked about front-end speed being pretty good. It didn't hold up as well in race number 7, though the pace setter did stay on for second. Crosscut, absolutely void of gate speed, it appears.
Yeah, he's one that I chased a lot last summer, and a lot of times when I'd pick him, I'd get criticized. How do you pick a horse with no gate speed on a half? And listen, hey, I probably deserved it. And you look down, you see those 2 wins at Flamborough from off the pace, and you see a lot of bad posts, and all of a sudden you've got the pole position. But you're right. I mean, even with the rail, I don't see this horse getting out of there very well off the gate, especially with the speed that he's got to the outside of him. I think that he might be up against it tonight, the way the track's playing. And at 4-5, I could not get on board at that price.
I'm going to guess right now that he will not be sitting top 3 at the opening quarter mile. You liked 6, Outlaw Grabbing Gears, for a piece of this one. This one will be sitting top 3. I'm thinking a 2-hole ride behind Race 'em Up possibly. But, yeah, I just don't see Crosscut sitting top 3 of the quarter. Outlaw Grabbing Gears, a nice horse for Davies.
Yeah, definitely a nice one that, typically can race competitively at the preferred level, even higher than this preferred 3, and can ramble off the gate. He's one that can leave out of there well. Yeah. And I think one that might even benefit from being able to kind of crash down on them from an outside post, because he's one that kind of picks up speed as he goes. So I think he'll be pushing forward off the gate. 4-1, probably a fair price. Just depends on how much he has to get used to get forwardly placed.
Prices. I'm looking at them, and I'm saying, wow, 9-2 on Race Him Up on the way he looked in post parade and fired up and all that. You know what? The one cross cut at 4-5, void of the gate speed. It's a tall order for this one tonight.
It really is. I'm just not sure how the race works out for him. I mean, I'm sure Austin Story could work out a good trip, but unless the bias changes dramatically, I'm just not sure how he gets there. And he's a horse that he's always been a victim of his racing style, right? And it's been working out for him recently. He's got 3 wins in his last 6. I don't see it tonight. Bettor's Victory locked in last time. Post 2 tonight, 8-1. Might be worth a look. Jason Sherman's got a win in the card.
Under the radar, right? Under the radar. Might be. Well, opening leg of a late pick 4, always maybe try to get that favorite beat the opening leg to make the price pay. But you know what? Even money on number 1, Crosscut, who comes in from Flamborough, Woodbine Mohawk Park. He's on the rail. Bettor's Victory, Race Him Up. Bit of Luck, Mr. Mock Jimmy, Outlaw Grabbing Gears, back tearing at Cheddar Bay. It's a preferred 3 backup class event on the pace. Here they come. They're off. Outlaw Grabbing Gears. Race Him Up. 1-2. Off the car. A slow get for the 1 cross cut. He's last. Opening turn leader, Outlaw Grabbing Gears. Paul Davey sending this one to the top. It'll be Race Him Up for the 2-hole ride. Traveling in third to Bettor's Victory. A midfield 4th for Bit of Luck. 5th best away for Mr. Mock Jimmy. Tight lines in 6th for Cheddar Bay. Gapped off trailing 7-5 favorite Cross Cut. Quarter mile was 28-1. Outlaw Grabbing Gears gets some open road in front of him tonight. Outlaw Grabbing Gears on top by a length and a Davies. Race Him Up as second. Now it's going to be an uncovered challenge coming from Bit of Luck and Hahn. That's cover for Cheddar Bay, who's moving up. Setting it up third over is a Cross Cut down in front of us. They travel. It's going to be 4 in. It's going to be 3 out with 1 lap to go in the 8th. This is Outlaw Grabbing Gears by a half length right on his saddlecloth. Bit of Luck. Race Him Up tracking third. A 58-4 halftime. Nice breather. 30-3 through the second frame. And now it's 3/8 left to go for Outlaw Grabbing Gears. Being harassed by Bit of Luck. Race Him Up continuing third. 3 wide on the outside. There goes Cheddar Bay. Jay Harris rousing this one up for a backside brush. Still waiting on Crosscut. He's a 5th into swinging wide, though still 3 off the lead. Here's 3/4. Hit me. 1:27-3. Cheddar Bay going for it here and now. Cheddar Bay on top by a length. Outlaw Grabbing Gears fighting on. Crosscut still coming third. Moving into second. Will challenge for the win here as they swing for home. It is Cheddar Bay on top. Crosscut keeps on coming. It's Cheddar Bay almost there. Crosscut keeps on coming. Crosscut and Sorry is in for 3. Cheddar Bay was second. Outlaw Grabbing Gears third. Race Him Up force. The worst of first Victory. Crosscut 156-4. Wow. Just wow, what a trip by the 1 Crosscut from last on a night like this. Second best was the 8 Cheddar Bay, the 6 Outlaw Grabbing Gears third, the 3 Race Him Up fourth. 1-8-6-3. It's unofficial. Here's Austin Sorry coming back aboard his third win tonight in the 1 Crosscut. left the rail, sat last, and circled them. Crosscut. 6-year-old black gelded son of McCardle, led of Miss Scarlet by Red River Hanover. For SSG Stables of North Boston, New York, Anthony Beaton conditioned. Austin Sorry driven to win and preferred 3 action here in London. Big trip tonight in 1:56-4, and there's another huge final half winner here in race 8. Congratulations. He paid $4.80. That Lou Sorella Exactor came back at $31 even. The dollar try, $36.90. The super for $1, $80.65. Crosscut was a winner. Better's Victory 5th. Race him up 4th. Bit of Luck 7th. Mr. Mock Jimmy 6th. Outlaw Grabbing Gears 3rd. 7 Head Scratch Cheddar Bay was second best. 28-1. 58-4. 127-3. A mile of 156-4. Another big trip by Crosscut. And another driving victory. Austin Sorry in for 3. From the top, a 154-7-6-3. Scratch 2. Our 9th is next, beginning. A late pick 3. Exactor Try and Superfecta still on the pace. It'll be blinkers for 7 Modern Rider. Also steel to aluminum shoes up front. There's your late pick 5 money still in play from a pool just shy of $20,000. $1,566 live and in play following leg 2 of a late pick 5 in London. Best of luck if you're still going forward again. $1,566 live from a $19,000 plus pool here for a late pick 5 as we get set to post parade them for race 9. There we go on post parade. Starters for the 9th, the Make It Come True. Tyler Borth driving for Kerry Howard. The trainer's Jeff Graham. Number 2, Magical Albert. It's Anthony Hahn driving for Dave Lumsden. The trainer Anthony Beaton. Travis Henry aboard 3, Maintenance Man. It's Colonel Schneider Jr. along with Kimberly Hack. Share ownership. It's Cassidy Schneider Training. Number 4, the Lone Ranger, Jay Harris for Don and Heather McGregor. The trainers Peter Core. A Positive Hanover 5, owned, trained, and driven by Don Rankin Jr. Millennium Sealster 6, Scott Ray, aboard for owner-trainer Emma Christoforou. Outside Chance for 7, Modern Rider for Bert, Jason, and Betty Sherman. Jason trains Mark St. Louis Jr. today. Back deer spot for the 8, Hidden Potential. The 13-year-old son of Lismara goes out for VMB Stable. John Pentland training. Scott Coulter on board for the drive. Those are your 8 pacers then for race number 9, the exactor try. Super start of a late pick 3 in London. Top selection here for Robert Reed Jr. Number 3, Maintenance Man. Maintenance Man currently 7-1. And here's a look for Travis Henry being on board for trainer Cassidy Schneider. Let's talk up another long shot, Robert.
Yeah, I've been on prices all night. Sugar hasn't worked out very much.
Yeah.
One top choice winner. I was just saying on Twitter to our pal Chuck Cogburn, it's been a long time between drinks tonight for me. We got to get another one to the winner's circle.
It might be McDoubles yet.
Oh, it's gonna be McDoubles. Yeah, it's gonna be McDoubles. I worked my way up to a Big Mac, and now we're back to McDoubles.
Oh,
but
boy.
Maintenance Man, I just thought last time he raced a pretty tough race. You know, he hung in there a long time, a lot longer than I expected at 24-1.
I agree.
In this class. And I think that he's one that, is at his best when he gets pointed towards the lead. And I think this looks like a spot that he might be able to blast out of there, sit a trip, or try to cut it. 6-1 on the board right now, I think, is value on him. But, there's an interesting one in here, Sugar, I want to get your opinion on. Number 7, Modern Rider.
Okay.
How about the changes? Steel to aluminum, blinkers, and you get Mark St. Louis Jr. in the bike. I mean, if there was ever going to be a start where they're going to say, hey, we're all systems go, I mean, it's a 7-hole. But
it is
significant changes.
It is the 7-hole, and then you know what comes off a vet scratch sick too as well. I'm not one to back a horse coming off a vet scratch sick this time of year versus the fall or nicer weather. But you know what? When they're making changes like this, when they're putting one of our leading drivers on board, you have to be thinking it could be go time, right? So it may be worth a win play show, or maybe a key play on a not a big price ticket on the pick 3 if you want to take a shot. Maybe key that one up in the opening leg of the pick 3 and maybe put some favorites in behind it. But you know what? When they make all those changes, when they put Mark up, you got to kind of second guess maybe, right? And that crew in the winner's circle earlier tonight with a value player.
That's right, and that's really what I'm doing right now is I'm second guessing because I don't have Modern Rider on my pick 5 tickets, so could be some danger in store here. But I do think that the inside 3 and then throwing a Positive Hanover as well. To me, it's those 4 horses.
Yeah, I agree. it's a tough task for the 7 Modern Rider. I wasn't jumping off the page at me at all in here. I like the inside horses. The 1, Make It Come True, Totterborth, still doing some pretty good things. This horse just missed the last time out when racing up close, and just missed to a real nice horse in Adore Him. If Adore Him had the rail in here, you'd be all over him, right?
Yeah, definitely. And, Tyler Borth, I've noticed too, that first time Tyler Engle's a big deal, but then the second time, usually they come back even better, and loses by a head last time, maybe gets the job done. 7-2 on Make It Come True is a pretty solid number as well.
Probably the best value on the board right now next to your top selection, number 3, Maintenance Man, who you said stuck around pretty good for the trip he went last time out. He's looking like he's turning a corner. Maintenance Man right now appears to be the price.
Yeah, I think so. 5-1 is a little healthier than I was expecting, and I do think that if he just gets a better trip this time around, he'll be making some noise late.
Emma Christopher in to go here with the pink blinkers on 6, Millennium Sealster. You know what? I love it when a horse is easy to spot out there, and especially in winter conditions. Not going to be hard to find. Millennium Sealster here for Emma Christopheru. Scott Ray on board here at a post 6. Here we go with the starters in race 9. Shout out to a friend of the show, CC, back east in Nova Scotia. Glad you're tuned in, CC. Here we go. Make It Come True. Magical Albert, Maintenance Man, the Lone Ranger, then 8 Positive Hanover, Millennium Sealster, Modern Rider, Hidden Potential in the back tier spot. Here we go. It's post time. They're off. Make It Come True along the inside. 8 Positive Hanover with early speed for Rankin. Up there in the top 3 was Magical Albert going through the opening turn. It's going to be A Positive Hanover. He's being chased up to grab control. They'll straighten for the backside run. And yes, indeed, this 5-year-old stallion son of Captain Treacherous, A Positive Hanover, takes control here at 4-1, second best. Make It Come True traveling in third is Magical Albert. On hold in the early going fourth. That is Maintenance Man, the pink blinkers of Millennium Sealster. Next in line, fifth. Then came the Lone Ranger, Modern Rider getting underway. Hidden Potential at the back of the bus. 28 seconds flat, quick opening quarter mile speed here for the pace setter. It's the 5, A Positive Hanover in front. Second best is Make It Come True, angled to the outside in third. There goes Magical Albert to go first up. For a ways, following on that move, Maintenance Man, saving ground, will be Millennium Sealster, setting it up third over. Modern Rider, then it's back to the Lone Ranger in a gapped-off trailer in Hidden Potential of 58 3 halftime. A Positive Hanover, Rankin asking again and responding again. A Positive Hanover takes off. He's in full flight down the backstretch, second and final time. A Positive Hanover turns it on. He's now by 5 expanding lengths the best into the final turn, 3/4 up, 127. He just tossed a 28-2 third quarter at them, and he appears to be gonzo. A Positive Hanover in control, complete control of this one. They're racing for a place. Maintenance Man has come on for the deuce. Make It Come True is slacking there in third. Down the stretch, A Positive Hanover here at 4-1 in a romp. For Rankin, Maintenance Man second, third best maybe Magical Albert, then it's either Modern Rider or Millennium Sealster. 157 and 2, A Positive Hanover, and Rankin has him on top all the way to win going away. Unofficial winner number 5, A Positive Hanover. Certainly very sharp in winning there tonight. The 3 Maintenance Man was a strong second. Then the 2 Magical Albert finishing third. The 7 Modern Rider did show up and finish fourth at 30-1. 5, 3, 2, and 7 unofficial. Here's A Positive Hanover coming back, a 5-year-old base stallion by Captain Treacherous out of Always True by Western Hanover, owned, trained, and driven to win by Don Rankin Jr. of Amherstburg. Shout out to Ronnie Graham, who's likely tuning in and cheering on the Longfellow here aboard A Positive Hanover. Wow, did he ever show up tonight, wiring the field and winning, going away in 157-2. Congratulations. Going official here, Make It Come True was 7, Magical Albert 3rd, Maintenance Man was 2nd, The Lone Ranger 6. A Positive Hanover, your winner. Millennium Sealster 5th, Modern Rider 4th, Hidden Potential finished 8th, 28. 58-3, 127, a mile of 157-2. A Positive Hanover had the wind on his back through that third quarter. He was flying to get up there in 28-2. Yeah, he looked really, really good tonight. Top down, a 7-3-2, 6-1, 5-4-8, 10-10 to win. Exactor, 58 even. A dollar try at 104.75. Super for a buck coming back at 1,260.20. Your 20-cent superfecta, 252.02. And it's 2 more to go. Here coming up, we've got the Preferred 2, Top Class, Pacers. For a late double exactor try and superfecta, there are no changes. There we go, best bet selection. On my own end, I'm going to stick with number 6, Ideal Perception here. 6 to 5 in the morning line, 3 to 2 right now. Always in the hunt. Was a possible key for multis. It's a best bet graphic done up for the pregame show, of course, to maybe mention multis for the late pick 5, late pick 4, late pick 3. And I guess we got a double. You can call that a multi, right? Late double starting up here in race 10. Exacta Tri Super also being offered up. The likes of Jules Dragon, Homie Joe. He's got Swagger, Hunter Hill, Icy Blue Scooter, and Ideal Perception. Top class pacers preferred 2 for $13,000 next. Here we go. Starters on parade for a preferred 2 top-class pacing event led by 1, Jewels Dragon. Travis Cullen driving for A1 Stable along with Paul Sanders. Jody Cullen trains. Angus McCory of Inverness, Nova Scotia, along with Mark McCory of McGregor, Ontario. Mark training. Tyler Bort driving 2, Homie Joe. A1 Stable owning 3. He's got Swagger, another one for trainer Jody Cullen. Ryan DeRoche in the sulky. Scott West owning and training number 4, Hunter Hill. Scott Coulter. Here's the 5, Icy Blue Scooter for Nathan Sobey, Diane Bertrand, and Rob Gillespie. It's Paul Davies training and driving. And then the 6, Ideal Perception for SSG Stables. Trainer Anthony Beaton, Anthony Hahn on board for the drive. Those are your starters then for race number 10. SSG Stables, Anthony Beaton trying to sweep our preferreds tonight in London. Getting a look at a top selection for myself, for Robert Reed Jr., Lou Sorella, all over this one too, though Ontario Racing's Melissa Keese says, I don't think so. She's going to try the 5, Icy Blue Scooter. Let's talk Ideal Perception. This one is always in the hunt. Very impressive finish lines on this horse coming in from Flamborough, Robert Reed.
Yeah, he's comes in here just on top-notch form. Winner last time, the preferred 2 at Flamborough, and you look down the page and you just see really nice performance after nice performance. He's got 7 top 3 finishes in a row, and just a pile of checks, and just one that has really seemed to come into his own. And I remember I saw the mile before he went out east. For the Gold Cup and Saucer. I remember at Grand River, he just went an absolutely incredible mile in the summer that really got everyone's attention at the time. And ever since then, coming back to Ontario after racing out east, he's really kind of caught fire, and he's put together a nice campaign last year and probably got one coming this season in 2022.
Very impressive to see him take his life best over Charlottetown, 151-1. That would have been Old Home Week. That would have been around the Gold Cup and Saucer trials and finals. So Ideal Perception certainly capable of some serious half-mile speed. You know what? We're not going to see anything close to 51, but you know what? They get over the half tonight in 56 and change. A few races ago, Anthony Beaton sent out Crosscut, and Anthony Beaton gets a great shot with 6, Ideal Perception here. Another one to consider, maybe the 5, Icy Blue Scooter. Second best finisher last time. I didn't have a whole lot of room, it seemed to me, nearing the finish line. And that was off a month layoff, too, so maybe expect a little more from this one tonight.
And that's the thing, off a month, now back in a regular rotation. We see it happen so often. A horse raises their game significantly. He's been taking steady money, was almost co-favorite with Ideal Perception early, now a second choice at 5-2. And I think you're right. I mean, was kind of edging out for room in the stretch, but never really got it until it was too late. So I'm not sure if Pembroke Legacy was going to give it up, but Icy Blue Scooter, big performance last time. And I think you've got to consider him in here. It just depends if Ideal Perception is going to bring his A game or not. If he brings his A game, he hasn't raced since December 22nd. So he's got that built-in excuse, which I hate.
That's the thing. When we started talking about him, I said to myself, it's been about 3 weeks, right? And that's not easy when you miss 3 weeks this time of year and you want to take on the best around the half-milers in Ontario. It's a tall order.
It really is, and it's. I think he's capable of it. I mean, he's raced on this kind of rotation before and done well. But again, you're working from the outside post because it's a handicap race, and you're considered the best in the race. But this is not a field of slouches. I mean, there's some good horses in here, so I think the margin for him, if something doesn't go his way, might not be as it would be if he was racing on a regular schedule.
Hunter Hill, Scott Coulter, Scott West teaming up after winning quite easy with UF Betters Hanover earlier. Final thoughts maybe on Hunter Hill?
I mean, you won the 8-1 right now, nice price. And if you go back to this line, he actually got beat when he got parked the route 54-2, 122-4. That was one of the most incredible performances and defeat I've seen over Flamborough in a long time. So I think he's got a chance in here to get a piece of it. Not sure if he can win, but 7-1 is the right kind of price.
Already, how about Chuck hitting on the Supers last race? Couple of them, hey. Here we
all
go.
Night tonight.
Yeah, all night tonight. You know what? Shout out to a friend of the show. We go way back. Vaughn Doyle down in Charlottetown's tuned in for the action this evening. Here we go. Preferred 2 event. Jules Dragon, Travis Cullen. Homie Joe, Totterborth. He's got swagger. Ryan Daraj, Hunter Hill, Scott Coulter, Icy Blue Scooter, Paul Davies, Ideal Perception, Anthony On. Here they come. They're off. It's on. Jules Dragon, first off the car here for Cullen. Homie Joe for a 2-hole ride. And racing at a third, it'll be He's Got Swagger. Fourth best away for Icy Blue Scooter. It's going to be Ideal Perception to race fifth. Already about 9 lengths off the lead. And a gapped off trailer here in the early going. Hunter Hill would have to come from last. A 3-length lead here for Jules Dragon, not keeping up in second. Homie Joe, he's trying to close up that gap now, the quarter mile. Not a whole lot of early speed here. 28-4 for a very comfortable looking Jules Dragon. Homie Joe is all alone second. He's Got Swagger is a traveling third. There goes Icy Blue Scooter now getting underway. He's fourth and uncovered, providing cover to the 3-5 favorite Ideal Perception. The trailer switching out is a Hunter Hill. Still left alone here and unchallenged to this point. Jules Dragon was at the half in 60 seconds flat. Preferred 2 pacers at the half in a minute. Jules Dragon by 2. Homie Joe is clinging to second. First up attacker, Icy Blue Scooter, a buried fourth. He's Got Swagger. Ideal Perception, maybe mired in traffic here, and gapped off trailer, still Hunter Hill. Jules Dragon lets it out. Jules Dragon absolutely pacing out of his skin into the final turn. He get up to 3/4. Get this. 1:27-4. That's right, 27-4 through the third. Jules Dragon on top by 4, and he'll try for more. Ideal Perception fights on for second against Icy Blue Scooter. It's He's Got Swagger who gave it up, and he's now trailing. Down the stretch they come. Jules Dragon. Jules Dragon absolutely stole the race 10 preferred 2. Close for second. Hunter Hill from last up against Ideal Perception in the place photo. 157-1. Jules Dragon for the Cullens wires them up at 9-2. So the one, Jules Dragon, allowed to cut that one out tonight to win in 157-1. 21st career win, first of 2022, a winner by 3. Second best, it was the 6, Ideal Perception. Then came number 4, Hunter Hill, over 5, Icy Blue Scooter. It's a 1-6-4-5 unofficial. For a winner's circle photo, Jules Dragon, 6-year-old son of Custard the Dragon out of White Sand, jeweled by Artiscape. Owned by A1 Stable and Paul Sanders. Jody Cullen condition. Travis Cullen driven to win. Sharp back half. They just could not catch him. Couldn't make it up on Jules Dragon. He won in 157-1 to take the preferred 2. Congratulations. Going official here, Jules Dragon a winner, Homie Joe 6, he's got Swagger 5th, Hunter Hill 3rd, Icy Blue Scooter 4th, Ideal Perception was second best, 28-4 a minute, 127-4, the mile was 157-1. Jules Dragon all the way, paying $11, Exactor worth $28.70, Dollar Try $50.90, and the Super for $1 $155.25. Our finale is up next. Scratch the 6 Tough Son of a Beach. Reduced field of 8 now on the pace. It'll be 6 starters on the car with 2 trailers. Exactor Try and a Super High 5 added distance finale. Seven minutes to post time here on race number 11. Shout out to Trey Colback out of Manitoba for the ManitobaHarnessRacing.com press release there today. Manitoba Harness Racing horses in London tonight. Another great pick. We saw him earlier. Race him up there a few races back and preferred 3 action finishing 4th. And next up, we've got Drive Like You Stole It coming in. And this one shipped in from Manitoba last season and took a life mark of 2 minutes 4/5 over the Miami track in Manitoba. Trey mentioning on the Manitoba Harness Racing News website, Drive Like You Stole It draws the 8 post in the cards finale. The 4-year-old gelding looking to start 2022 off on the right hoof. Possibly get his first win of the year. Drive Like You Stole It's lifetime mark, 2 minutes 4/5 happened at Miami Fair last season. Currently sits at 8-1 on the morning line. Right now is a 12-1 long shot. Has to come from the trailing post in here. Drive Like a Stole It was bred by Kayla and Chase Ray. So Trey Colback for Manitoba Harness Racing, talking up the horses that came from Manitoba, originated from Manitoba. We had 3 of them in to go here tonight. It's the finale up next, the Super High Five Added Distance finale. Minutes away. We got it about 6 minutes away from race 11. Late pick 4, late pick 3, late pick 5, Will Pays being displayed on the monitors here. Best of luck if you get the live play or 2 or 3 or all button onto this finale. Pick 5, Will Pays. Yeah. Coming up following the pick 4s, which are kind of huge. Favorite to complete the pick 4, number 9, Pretty Boy Duke. He also appears to be the favorite to complete the late pick 5 as well. There are your late pick 5 Will Pays. There's some nice ones. And again, best of luck if you got some live plays to go on to these multi-leg Will Pays. One more to go. It's the High Five finale coming up next here on Post Parade. A group of $15,000 claimers. Non-winners, $25,500 lifetime. Number 1, Rising Dragon, Lauren House on board for owner-trainer Bernie Desmond. Coin flip is to Garrett Rooney for Amy Hardy. The trainer is Troy Cochran. Don Rankin Jr. owning, training, and driving. Number 3, Dragon Teen. Then the 4, Tuca Rasp, owned and trained by Lindsay Kerr. Scott Ray in the sulky. Number 5, it's going to be Hello You for owner Gino Toscani. Cassidy Schneider training. Travis Henry up. 6 is out. Number 7, Shadow Warrior. Shadow Warrior. Tyler Borth driving for Chris Keene and Keith Cullen. Keith training. Couple of trailers for this at a distance race. Drive Like You Stole It. Rachel Andrew owning and training. Austin Sorey trying to grand slam his way out of a Tuesday night in London. Number 9, it'll be Pretty Boy Duke. Mark St. Louis Jr. on for Glenview Livestock Limited. The trainer is Lacey McCabe. 11th race, finale time. Exactor try and the Super High Five. Favorite status on number 9. That is Pretty Boy Duke. A little bit hot here prior to race number 11. Here's a look at a top selection for Robert Reed Jr. He's going to 7, Shadow Warrior on top. It's Tyler Borth on board for trainer Keith Cullen. Right now, a 2-1 second choice. Let's talk some horses.
You look up and down the page on this one, Sugar, you just see 1s and 2s, right? So This looks like a pretty good spot. It was the 7-hole, now it's going to be the 6-hole. Really, the thing for me with this race is Pretty Boy Duke, 7-5 right now, looks hot on the track, second trailing post, and there's no speed in front of him. Like the horses that are on the inside of the gate don't have a lot of speed in here. So Hello You should be leaving out, Shadow Warrior should be leaving out. They might be able to come around them early and control the race. I'm hoping Shadow Warrior can get involved in that.
I've seen guys before when they got a horse leaving from the back tier spot and they're on post 9, they can leave behind the 5 or the Shadow Warrior in here. For me, it could be tough for Pretty Boy Duke. Does Mark want to sit behind the inside horses and hope he's sitting 4 or 5 or 6 in the early going? I think he's going to leave behind what looks to be the speed in number 5, Hello You, or the 7, Shadow Warrior. Now, for me, this is just me talking about 7, Shadow Warrior. When he stepped out on track, I'm like, do I like this guy tonight? I got him pegged to win, but you know what? He kind of sauntered out on post parade, kind of moped out, but you know what? He got right on the bit shortly after for Tyler Borth, so I don't know what to think of him right now. 3-1 currently, less than 2 minutes.
Well, that makes me feel better because what my comment was going to be, kind of had those daisy cutter strides in the post parade, you know, like just wasn't picking his feet up very much. And
right.
It's a bit of a concern. And I mean, you got Pretty Boy Duke that looked hot earlier. Still looks a little bit hot on the track, to be honest. And, I mean, the trailing post is probably the worst spot you could be with a horse that's kind of hot on the track.
I know, right? I mean, you know, coming out on post parade, I'm talking about Rising Dragon. I'm talking about Coin Flip Dragon Teen. You know, Rankin was very sharp with 8 Positive Hanover. And then I see the 7. And then I see the 9, and he's hot. I'm thinking, does this race have upset written all over it? Very possible here, right?
So maybe just have Hello You just bust out of there and never look back, right?
This is the horse that kind of flew under the radar in post parade. I didn't notice anything that would look at a place, so maybe Hello You is the one, and maybe you got to try to find some value to go along with, because right now, you know, a 7, Shadow Warrior, as mentioned, nothing but first and second throughout the program lines, but you know what? It's one of those nights where sometimes the front end has been good, sometimes it just hasn't been. It's just it's a tricky night for capping.
It has been. I mean, that's why I'm sitting here with, I think, only one winner still, which is kind of sad. And
one winner and a McDouble.
Well, maybe some bag fries now. I'll let
boy.
Megan and Robbie eat, and I'll just eat some leftover fries. But, Melissa Keith doesn't miss a beat. She tweeted it out. I was actually gonna steal it, but she tweeted out before me. Tuukka Rask just got signed by the Boston Bruins today. You got Tuukka Rask in here. Hunch play. I don't know, 13-1.
Hunch play off arrest, eh? Well, you know what?
Both of them are off arrest.
Yeah, right. That's all right. That's a heck of a tweet. So here's Rankin with Dragon Teen now at 8-1. From what I've seen in A positive Hanover, I'd be tempted to play Dragon Teen right now at that price.
Yeah, I don't mind that horse at all at 7-1 right now. And again, this is a race where I think you've got to go value searching. If the favorites win, you just tip your cap to them.
Yeah, sometimes the post parade can tell a little story, and that's what I'm sticking to here. You know what? Always a pleasure, Robert. Great job setting things up tonight.
Pleasure's all mine, sir. Can't wait for next week.
Right on. Here we go. It's the finale in London. Rising Dragon, Coin Flip, Dragon Teen, Tuukka Rask. Hello, you. Shadow Warrior for 6 on gate. A pair of trailers, Drive Like You Stole It, and Pretty Boy Duke. Here we go for the added distance finale in London. Picking up speed. It is go time. They're off. In the center, Tuukka Rask left on out of there. Hello, you is going with. Along the inside, a Rising Dragon. And from the back tier spot, Pretty Boy Duke is trying to be up close in this one. He's 4th or 5th now, bending through the opening turn. And Tuukka Rask on the return at 15-1. On top for Ray, and he's a handful. Hello, you is second. Rising Dragon traveling at a third. 4th and in for Pretty Boy Duke. Settled down into 5th was a Coin Flip. Then we go back to Dragon Teen. Next to last was Drive Like You Stole It. The trailer in here, Shadow Warrior. Quarter mile was 28-4. Out and rolling early here. Pretty Boy Duke gets underway for St. Louis. He was 4th, 3rd, 2nd. He is charging after the leader, Tuukka Rask. It's going to be these two on the half-mile approach. Pretty Boy Duke trying to go around. Pretty Boy Duke does take the front away from Tuukka Rask, who's now second. Dragon Teen left uncovered there for Rankin after a half-timed up in 59-1. Pretty Boy Duke will bend them on towards 3/8 left to go marker. This is Pretty Boy Duke being chased up. Dragon Teen is on the wheel of the leader. Tuukka Rask still on the bit there for Ray in 3rd. 4th and a wide, trying to make something happen. Drive Like You Stole It. 5th and in for Hello You. Still waiting on a steppy Shadow Warrior out of the backfield. He's 6th. 7th and in for Rising Dragon, and well back to Coin Flip to get up to 3/4 in 1. 29-1. Pretty Boy Duke still there. Tuukka Rask maybe bravening up here in 2nd. Dragon Teen 3rd. 3 wide at a 4th. There goes Drive Like You Stole It in behind a wall. Hello You. Down the stretch, Pretty Boy Duke and Tuukka Rask now from the pocket will try for the upset. Pretty Boy Duke. Pretty Boy Duke for the win. Tuukka Rask was 2nd. Hello You 3rd, and Dragon Teen 4th. Unofficial winner number 9, Pretty Boy Duke here at 1-2. The heavy favorite winning over 4, Tuukka Rask, who was great in his return. Number 5, Hello You finished 3rd. The 3, Dragon Teen 4th. 7, Shadow Warrior 5th. 9, 4, 5, 3, and 7. It's unofficial. Returning to the winner's circle, number 9, Pretty Boy Duke, the 4-year-old son of Sunshine Beach, had a pretty thing by Estrellas, owned and bred by Glenview Livestock Limited. Lacey McCabe condition, Mark St. Louis Jr. driven to win. That is 3 in a row for this combo in London. Tonight it's the added distance victory in 2:06 and 4. A Pretty Boy Duke winning as the favorite. Congratulations. Going official here, Pretty Boy Duke 310, Exactor 2510, Super, let's go dollar try, 8805, Super high five. We'll come back to it. A late double, 21.90, the pick 3 for 20 cents, 16.61, pick 4 for a buck, 257.40, pick 5 for 20 cents, 251.57. The high five in race 11, 20-cent ticket with the heavy fave on top, 262.39. Running it down, a Rising Dragon was 7, coin flip 8. Dragon Teen 4, took a Rasp 2nd, Hello You 3rd, the 6 had scratched. Shadow Warrior 5th, Drive Like You Stole It 6, Pretty Boy Duke was a winner. 28 and 4, 59 and 1, 129 and 1, added distance of 1 mile and a 16th covered in 2:06 and 4. Pretty Boy Duke for 3 in a row in London from the top. 7-8-4-2-3, scratch, 5-6-1. That'll do it. For the live racing tonight, we are back in action tomorrow evening. Another 5:50 start time. You can get a head start on capping. Visit our website. Get the free program download at westernfairdistrict.com/raceway. And again, we'll come back on Friday evening for an early 4:50 start. From the eye in a London sky, I'm Sugar Doyle. Have yourself a great night.